All right, we should be on the internet now.
Yes, you
Wow,
have
there we go.
fired up to playing D&D.
La D&D.
And as a matter of fact, everyone's voice is audible. Now,
Good.
I will note that your current game playing, you could have it set to Dungeons and Dragons.
Did not.
It's set to D&D, which in Twitch is something different.
Dungeons and Dragons. Okay, they don't have a fourth edition. You know what? We'll just go with the basic one. There we go.
Yeah.
Perfect.
That way you're properly listing yourself on Twitch, which they care about.
Uh-huh.
It's not just for like view aggregation, but following the rules of the service to properly like advertise what the hell you're doing.
You know, I'll take your words as the expert.
Yes. Yeah. As the influencer.
Yes, that's me, the influencer.
All right.
You just want me to jump into a recap? Apparently I'm doing that today.
You know, yeah, that would be great.
All right, I'll do a recap. We'll make this a little lengthy today so that Ari can be delighted and enticed. So, viewers, this is session 141 of Dredge the Dragon Coast. If you missed last session, you missed about a 10-day of in-game time. And most of that was because an Elder Gold Dragon needed a transition from what he was doing and where he was at down to where the Green Dragon was. But most of the session itself took place over the span of 2 days. And no, Ari's character, Cicatrix, is not out of God jail. She gets out at the end of the year. She's spending her time reading Old Thayan and learning that language. So huzzah. In the span of 2 days, my character gathered the super best friends, this Hall of Justice League epic character, like, menagerie, of an Elder Gold Dragon, the Chosen of Sylvanas, who's got a lot of free time on his hands, and Sylvanas is also in God Jail, and Novacree, the Brass Prince, a minion who cares for power and prestige and glory for himself. Those three all had the circumstances explained to them of how the Green Dragon is doing and what it is that she wanted to do, which was have a gander at a ritual site that is the nexus for shackling her, and see about derailing it. See about maybe putting a little bit of spark to make that ritual no longer exist. After a bunch of warm conversation, everyone traveled to the Serpent Valley, to the ancient tomb where it all began. Although we didn't technically start in the ancient tomb, we had like a little tiny cubby hole that Basarek had us in initially before we migrated to ancient tomb. All semantics. Basarek was there. I had a delightful conversation with him. Basarek doesn't have any interest in the dragons losing. Okay, so he says. Bone Devil, who can say, right? Basarek pitched an idea for the Green Dragon humiliating Hell so that, Basarek could move up more than a few stations because of how great a job he did in raising the dragons. Might have been overselling his involvement, but whatever. He's had nothing else to do with his time. Turns out that the Stone Giant, the Undead Stone Giant, Gregarin, the Death King, knows Basarek's true name. And, Basarek had an idea for me to get the true name. And that just sounded like a really dumb idea. Like, I'm going to go down there to his stupid throne, to sit on his stupid throne. Yeah, like I haven't played Dungeons and Dragons before to know what sitting on some fucking ancient, possibly artifact throne is like. Give me a break. And his Legion is like, what if I just defeat you. You have to come back. That sounds pretty simple and easier that way. And so the Epic Tier Super Best Friends walked into the ancient tomb that didn't have a pit fiend guarding it, and clubbed all the devils there. And went to go see the statue in the back, which is the focus point for the ritual, with a portal that takes you inside the statue so that you can see what Gaffel has actually anchored to the statue. The statue is some sort of ancient artifact whose what it does is that you bring dying individuals into the room and it eats those. Just drains their souls. And Yaffle has twisted that sort of like artifact-based purpose into a consume draconic essence to fuel my reincarnations. Nova Cree has chosen and been permitted to stay within the inside the ritual site studying it, though he'll have to find his own ways past the devils when they inevitably return. Gildenfire has sworn to continue to assist my character, however she needs it, because as it turns out, Gildenfire really hates devils. Martain, because he's got too much time on his hands, because Sylvanas is in God jail, is going along with my character, the Green Dragon, who has chosen to derail the ritual by collecting aberrants and throwing them inside this room and killing them and seeing what happens. That's the kind of experimentation that I learned about in elementary school and on kids science shows that I'd see in the mornings, and I think that's really going to create some interesting content for us. Now, that's the end of this session recap, but since last session also focused on a bit of history, I decided to go digging a bit of history myself in my notes. This game has gone for 3.5 years. Jonas's character, Taraxos, has come up. Jonas left this campaign before session 39. Valky, who played Veristrix, Veristrix has also come up, left before session 60, and missed session 57, the raid on Ophistherix' lair. Aerie joined us in session 62, though she was a part of the Dragon Lair raids a couple sessions before, and Sheep most recently left before session 121. Is session 141. It's still a bit of a mindfuck, even though all those numbers make sense in my head, to think Aerie started 81 sessions ago, and a bit sooner than that if we count her pre-dragon stuff. I also noted that although I did miss a few weeks, or announced in one fashion or another, that I was going to be absent, no sessions ever ended up happening, except for one, where I was absent. Well, Manikai has been forced to attend them all. I've only ever missed one session. Woo! Now, alongside that, I went looking back to see what happened for the campaign at the end of June in previous years. So last year, we had session 99, which had Anglispark taking control of Turmish and becoming the Dragon King of Turmish. The Great Tribe's leaders dispatched themselves to the Central Mountain, and Velignith demolished the tribe's sovereignty. There were shape changers in Naflek City, where Cicatrix opened the portal that was beneath Naflek City. She dove into the Unbound Baylor, fled from that, got crushed by a fleshy thing beneath Westgate. It came back to Naflek. The portal got dismantled. And Baros Fire Shield arrived at Naflek and began investigating the graveyard in preparation for us banishing the shadow there. Now, because this campaign has gone on for 3.5 years, session 57 back in 2020 was the final session we had before a Cursed Lethargy, which had Sheep and I raiding Ophistherix' lair to loot it. And that included, among other things, a foldable black velvet handkerchief, which is the portable hole that I still use with the Green Dragon. It's a neat, thing of, the various winds whistling through the Earth moat, which has since fallen to the Earth, and acid cloud stuff. That was right before, as I noted, a Cursed Lethargy, And all the way back in 2019, we had session 18, which Jonas ended up missing, so I ended up streaming and recording that. I did not take any notes of that session, but it looks like we were exploring the sacred fireplace, which became Valignus' first lair. We talked to an Azir. We fought Werecrocs and Carrion Crawlers. And that was the last session before we had our first Curse of Lethargy and did our first dose of dungeon raids. So there you go. Not just a recap for last session, but a recap for all of the June's last sessions for all of the years we've been playing this fucking game.
Looking back.
80 sessions.
That's right. You've been a part of you've been a part of this game for double the length that Jonas was, and an extra 20 sessions or so more than Valky was.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that's true.
This game is now more your creation than either of theirs.
I was gonna say, I think I felt like the new person for unreasonably long, considering the numbers. Yeah, wow. Yeah, time is, moving very fast. Unless you're dragging in God Jail, in which case it moves very slow. Incredibly slow.
Yeah. Well, I mean, usually I begin these sessions, after this by asking goals, and so, do we have one? We have an open goal slot at the moment. Currently, we want to motivate Cormac to go against the Death King, which is sort of in limbo. Both of you have really worked on that goal, and it just sort of hasn't really been. The favors there haven't been directed on the person of the Death. So certainly with this spreading information, yeah, that we have.
Oh yeah. I should also mention that as part of the recap, just in case viewers are also interested in signing up as adventurers. I promise 900,000 gold pieces, along with an assortment of magic items and a personal boon from the Green Dragon to the adventuring party or organization that derailed the ritual located in the Serpent Valley. This ritual, of course, a key component of the undead stone giants' path to power. Wink.
Yes, it's a big deal.
I can't wait if I ever get out of God Jail to claim that prize,
Beyond that, we have a goal to claim the Pirate Isles, and a goal to derail the ritual, leaving us one more possible.
I don't have anything to slot it at other than escape from God Jail. Wink.
Yeah.
Well, that's easy. It's just gonna take time.
Just wait. Patience is a virtue.
Manikai says that he wants more actionable goal slots, but really I think you not taking more hostility into your hands. That's the real inaction.
Kill Law.
You're also vying for the Chaos Domain, I see.
End it all.
Objection!
Throw the whole universe into the abyss.
No,
Yeah,
I
This
don't have.
certainly doesn't make Mysticatrix love Law anymore,
No, I'm not going to put anything in it.
All right. The next thing is usually that I give some news about what's happened and such, but it's not been that long, so really nothing has happened.
Yeah, it's been 10 days.
From when we last stopped. Of Emizure leaving Novacree to mess around. And going, I believe, towards the Underdark.
Oh, Malachi, I have one question.
Yeah, of course.
The statue.
Uh-huh.
Has Mysticatrix seen that one?
I don't believe so.
Okay, cool. Well, I suppose her soul would not have belonged to her if she had.
What do you mean?
I was thinking when she was being experimented upon.
Oh, no. That was not there.
Okay, good.
That was not at all there.
That was in the before times. Sweet.
Or at least it wasn't located, in Mysticatrix's lair. Confined.
Yeah.
for-
Well, I just remember that the object they were scrying upon was a statue, and I was like, wait a second, no.
That wasn't that. That one was much more fancy and golden, made to be opulent and
Yes,
make a
made to
dragon feel really good
ensnare a
about
dragon.
themselves. Put them in prominent places and such.
I'll find it one day. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. That's it.
All right. So really, yeah.
I think we'll see some greater time passing. I will go ahead and spend a healing surge to heal up all of my hit points, and I guess I'll take a short rest. I don't need a long rest. I didn't use a single daily. It's irrelevant. I'm leaving the Serpent Valley. Nova Cree has gone into Ritual Land. Gildenfire is not like he can go back to living his life, since I don't have like an immediate answer or like resolution for him. I'm going down into the Underdark. And it's going to be with my psionic operatives that I have called back from from outside Athkatla, and we are going hunting. I thought about maybe arranging it so that I could have like a bunch of slaves to like deal with the Duragar and like offer in exchange for like them shipping up aberrant creatures. And I think that's still a viable path, but really, I'm the best person for the job. And my psionic operatives are the best people for the job. We're really highly trained and capable. And the Duragar may also be having a thing right now with everyone in God Jail. So, I don't want to talk to them. I know Undercommon, courtesy of a polyglot gem I bought, and I learned Deep Speech earlier in the campaign. And so, with the chosen of Sylvanas and psionic operatives, I feel like we'll be good. Finding and bundling up the keeping alive aberrant creatures of all kinds of flavors. And once we get them all bundled up and put in really secure prisons that they can't like disintegrate or I-beam or like trick someone into getting them out with proper like attention to depriving them of their senses with like earplugs, and blindfolds won't work. But we'll figure it out. We're epic tier. Then we'll transport them to the Serpent Valley. We'll kill all the devils again. And then we'll haul all the aberrations into the room and we'll slay them. And that really sounds like a project that's going to take more than a little bit of time, which is why I think some time is passing.
Yeah, particularly the hunting. So let me first give you an idea. You go down with your people, the keepers of the cerulean side, or at least that's probably still what they use, what they call themselves, though.
Yeah. There's also the psionic operatives that I built with the clock that was specifically for the company.
Yeah.
Which is not just the keepers of cerulean sign, but also like folks that were from Westgate and then sort of like across the region in Duragar, yeah. The hardened warrior types and not the priestly types.
And I mean they're great at it. Exactly what you made them for. It's hunting down aberrant monsters. Particularly aberrant monsters who are just sort of hanging out doing their own thing. And usually, not involved in sort of massive war like scenarios. A lot of them are very solitary. Except, of course, for the elusive Illithid, the Mind Flayer, who isn't so elusive in this region. Because really, everyone sort of knows where to find them. The lizard folk of the long ago, as we talked about that, spoke of a place called Hell to them. The lizard word for hell. Down below where they are, where they would deliver sacrifices to certain pools of liquid and into a large tower covered in writhing things in order to starve off the hunger of the things that lived below. The Durgar speak openly about the fact that there's a massive city, probably the biggest of mind flayers, below. And even the giants of Cairnheim have warned that should the Death King be perished, nothing else will keep them from rising up. Because Illithids don't like undead. It's public knowledge generally. They can't eat their brains, they're gross. and so they can't steal their knowledge, which makes them feel like there's no point in fighting the dead. It just doesn't make any sense. Going to the dwarves, or the Durgar of Dunspiren, their god, you know, they notably didn't have divine power, and really said that divine gods are lesser, and that only psionic gods are sort of truly powerful.
I remember that changing, like, the past couple of decades with,
Yeah.
like, psionic power coming in from, like, a different angle.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it has. Word is that some of them have begun to use both psionic and divine power, though that seems to have calmed down this year particularly. As you know, given Emisura's knowledge, it's probably what she would expect, right?
Mhm.
If one of their gods is awakening, then they would also have been put in God.
Yeah, it makes sense.
To have that ratified. What is perhaps alarming is that that there has been no change in the actions or power of the Illithid. They are as powerful as before, and they still have the divine powered god field around their city, suggesting that their gods, whatever sort of things they are, don't really have to follow the same rules as everyone else.
Yeah, of course they don't.
That is
I mean, that's
alarming.
what happens when you're from the far realm. You don't have to
Yeah.
go to God jail.
Cheaters.
You're from a whole different reality, and you shouldn't be here. Is the conclusion there?
I
But
mean,
it means that right now, I mean, they reign supreme around here. Not that they really do a lot. The idea of the city of Orindal is that, by word and reputation, it is the greatest source of knowledge, technology, magical power, sort of psionic wisdom in the realms, and therefore they don't really feel a great need to go anywhere else because they have all of it and they have all the best stuff.
I do have a query for that since
Oh.
I'm down here, and this is definitely more for my people and for the folks of Dunspirin. Like, I knew once upon a time that the lizard folk were really desperate to obtain bodies to ship down to the mind flayers for, like, servitude. Who's been doing that? Because, I don't think I suppose I haven't been keeping a look, but in this region, there hasn't been a whole lot of body shipping,
No, there
like,
really
down to
hasn't.
the mind flayers.
No, it's not something that your character has really paid attention to, or you know, in any way investigated.
Yeah, that's why it's like it's not for
Um,
me and more for like the people around me. Like, is this like?
But the Durgar can relay that not only does this place have massive breeding pits for many of the races that they require, they also have multiple entrances to the surface world, saying that they have psionic portal devices that could take them as far as the Netherreal Desert, and that south in a realm called Erlkazar, and the Thornwood and Winterwood regions, that there are massive, probably the largest congregations of lizard folk, also in the realms, really, in that sort of southern Wilhorn reach area between the two mountain ranges. There's a bunch of lakes there. Tons of lizard folk live there, and they mostly are under the thumb of the ones here were probably not the main source ever.
Okay, from the Netherreal Desert to Erlkazar. Whew, that is a range.
They're at a level of power where, I mean, and I really want to convey this as a thing to epic tier, like, you know, soon to be demigod level characters. This is a seriously dangerous epic tier environment, right?
Yeah,
It's a city of, I think, like 10,000 mind players, right? Maybe 50 to 100,000 mind thralls, all controlled by this hive mind god entity who is the double avatar of greater deities from the outer realm, who to this place and this area, and to some degree to the valley, have a direct connection from the far realm and directly into their sort of physical forms, that they can use to project their dominating thoughts sort of in miles around their territory. It is to the point that the Durgar have never had the illusion that they could win. They can only they just fight because they hate them so damn much.
Right. I struggle in the closing in on 3 decades I've been doing this, like 27 years. The list of characters who would voluntarily go near this place are thin.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
who wants to fight mind flayers to begin with? And on top of that,
I don't want to fight one.
Yeah.
One mind flare. No, thank
like,
you.
Like, people usually don't want to fight one, and everything that's been piled on top of it, it is. No, it's firmly conveyed to me. Like, fuck that place.
You go to a major kingdom, right? You gather every person there in one city, and then you make them all sort of mid-Paragon tier at the lowest. I mean, you just, as people would say, or some people say, well, it's very lucky that they're busy just thinking about their own superiority and not really interested in going anywhere else, because, man, wouldn't that be a terrible time if they decided to?
To that end, I personally don't want to go to that city.
Yeah.
As a player or as a character, like
Emissary, of course, has a unique, well, not perhaps entirely unique, but a powerful ability here, which is that she cannot really be dominated, and that she can't be dazed.
You can't be dazed. They legit have to kill her.
A lot of abilities that they rely upon are just not available to them. You just can't be restrained or immobilized, or it that really would be a problem for them.
But there's a lot of them, and also they made a tentacle dragon.
Oh yeah, no. The point is, if Emissary charged like the city, which she would never do, right? But that would be a fruitless endeavor.
Unless you wanted to be mind controlled and get tentacles.
That said, the domineering way of having a divine god mind control everyone and everything does mean that there's a lot of illithids that splinter off. In the past, we've met some 2 Altoons in Westgate, leading the Maw before they ran away. Scared.
2 Waterdeep?
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're definitely within reach again, if you were so inclined. But they left because illithids have a mandate against using any sort of divine magic. Turning yourself into like an undead means you can't be joined to the Elder Mind, which is very illegal and bad.
Well, and then the sovereignty appeared at our doorstep in Westgate, and they were like, no.
Yeah, they also don't get along.
Yeah.
But yeah, so point is, that's the situation down there. But Emissary can definitely find mind flayers if she's interested, because there are many who have, in one way or another, escaped this. Believe also that this place is the place where they created the Durgar race as a sort of slave race experiment. They're continuously trying to improve upon with various.
Mind flayers were the first thing that come to mind because I like this is just like the character sort of extrapolating that like weak creatures like trying to like feed them to this statue may not do much of anything. If I'm looking to derail this, I actually need something of significance. And as far as I'm concerned, every mind flayer is significant. There's no insignificant mind flayer.
Yeah, they don't really. I mean, even if you don't put the tadpole in someone, it turns into a giant monster worm thing. So
yeah, it's like anything that was going to be insignificant mind flayer is just some other horrible creature. I want to accept aberrations, but it's also just a matter of like, well, what can I haul? Like something that might like be aquatic. It's going to be hard for me to preserve that. Something that's too large or doesn't have anything I can like imprison, or that just does like blind sense or has like some sort of like shriek or keening wail or like sonic attack. Like something that could disintegrate anyway and like bind or chain it up.
I mean, they're down there. Usually, they're along with their thralls. Usually, at sort of a 10-to-1 relation. If it's down here, they love making various creatures. Probably things you don't even like recognize. Just like a lot of tentacles and beaks and wiggly arms and weirdly human parts too.
It's like like a thumb.
Yeah,
Ugh.
no, the all the rejected sort of experiments get just
Yeah.
thrown out.
As a sort of like reminder, like at least for like this like edition of the game, like once the mind flayers are killed, the thralls become unthralled. Like they can no longer be dominated by the mind flayers' power.
It
Varies.
for the most part, the thralls are made to be dominated by them, like Durgar, for example, or the Gith. But nowadays, a lot of the thralls are made to be otherwise insane. So if they're unthralled, they just sort of flip out and try to destroy everything.
Okay. Right. All right. That's not slave material that I can sell to someone. Those are just going to be killed out of hand.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I was gonna say, great. Crazy monsters full of beaks, tentacles, and weird arms.
But you take Underdark things, and they're pretty much all that anyway. So,
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's basically
that's-
what it is.
yeah.
Well, and spiders.
So really, I'm not just doing this to derail like a magic ritual. I'm also doing community service for basically
Yeah.
everyone else in the Underdark,
Oh,
like
yeah.
Drow, Duragar,
Yeah.
like everyone.
Nobody likes these things. It's just they're very unpopular.
Undead. Yeah, collective community service.
Yeah. Cleaning them up is, I don't think just casually going through caves and stuff is not going to net any fights that are difficult. Another dragon might have, that 1% chance of getting mind controlled, and then you're in trouble. But she doesn't, and her people, for the most part, are able to deal with that. Powers can handle what's there. So if you need, basically, time will pass, and she will have some incapacitated mind flare.
All right.
Now, the ritual specifically absorbs souls. Now, mind flayers don't really have souls in the natural sense. They're not
Right, they're not natural.
imbued by any divine power to grant them life, and there's no beauty in their existence. They're just abhorrent things that shouldn't be. So, how that'll work and what that'll do, I mean, I guess that's the experiment, right?
Yep.
Most things that have soul would just be absorbed and then turned into energy.
Science.
That's my character, the experimenting dragon.
It came to her late, but curiosity.
Like a child.
Kendra, like, no, it's early. She has like 1,800 more
That's
years
true,
of living.
That's true.
We're good.
It's really important to
Hopefully.
get more dragons into STEM careers. Underrepresented.
All right.
Yes,
Time
that's
passes.
over enough. Time passes. Emizure captures them. Montaigne is down there with her, doing it too.
He is.
Honestly, to some degree, he's like, I mean, it's good.
Yeah.
Destroying these things is
Does-
good. It's just a.
Does
not
Sylvanas have
possible.
just as much power, like in the Underdark, considering the whole nature thing, or is he
No,
like?
it does count as being out of his element, but
Okay.
that whole area is sort of full of unnatural crap. So, but it's
Right,
it's a
he
different
just
pantheon. But he's still
Brings out
powerful.
holy, like radiant fire light, just.
Rid the whole thing of it.
What is this light? Ah!
All the drow get blinded, and all their equipment turns to ash.
I imagine it is also difficult to dominate a chosen of a deity. I don't.
Yeah, he has a strong will. Your Paragon tier. It takes a while, They're not densely populated down there.
They sure aren't.
So you sort of got to hunt them down. The Durgar have some good ideas of where people disappear.
Yeah.
Probably in
you know-
your time here, you also find plenty of them that have like mind stuff going on with what are they called? Intellect devourers. They're spreading out.
Yeah.
They're the hounds. Where you find them, you will inevitably find some sort of illithid.
Yes, intellect devours.
Yeah.
Those would also be a very terrifying thing if I was not who I was. Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
No.
I'm never going down there.
You know, they're
Like,
bad. I can say. It doesn't work out.
you know,
You might think that
I-
maybe you could work with one, but it doesn't. It doesn't work out.
it's not worth it.
No.
And you know what? These people don't even keep treasure. Like you defeat a mind flayer, and what you get is to leave. You know, with only some suction marks. Like you don't. There's no win. Like
knowledge. Knowledge is the ultimate treasure.
yeah. Well, it doesn't share that. So
Yeah, this is just a unique circumstance I have never encountered before in a campaign, which is the kinds of stories I wanted to tell when Manikai invited me to this 3.5 years ago. This wasn't a story, and I tell you what, me voluntarily coming down here to cage aberrations, to haul to the surface and then across land to take and kill at a designated spot, I can safely say I don't think I'm ever going to be doing this one again.
And you know it's epic tier when it doesn't require a roll.
well, I also just remember every time we've been like, oh, there's something in the underdog. We've all been like, no.
No, thank you.
No combat, no like skill check, no like random encounter table of like horrifying Thrune hulks or whatever horrible like monsters like purple worms. No, just
I mean,
God,
all that stuff happens. It's just not relevant for Monsieur
Yes.
Elidrith here.
yeah. God, I'm glad I'm level 28.
Yeah. You went to 26. Well,
Believe me, I have horrible things to find if you delve too deep. At least back when, you know.
Yeah.
Here,
Right. That it would have been a different game if the purple dragon had still been here and
Yeah.
kept digging deeper into the Underdark.
what he did.
And maybe if the red dragon had stayed down there in the Underdark.
But the Underdark is a big
Yeah.
place here. There's some very large caves, and you don't have to get within any actual distance of the city of Arendal.
Great.
And I don't think you want to.
No,
I take it.
I'm good.
It's not a let's see how close I can get, because there is a definite limit where things get real weird. so but let's not explore that since that's not really relevant yet.
Yet.
Well, you never know.
Never know.
Maybe that's what we're doing for level 30.
The moment that if we do kill Gregarin, like Aerie, like there is like the real possibility the mind players are like, oh hey, that site's not keeping us in check anymore, huh? How about that?
well, and that's really sad if you live in the Giant's Foot Mountains.
Or anywhere in the Dragon Coast region, which we don't have to live in, I guess.
You know,
You'll
I have
move to
went-
Oh,
Symbia.
to not
we
have
build
wings.
a big wall, or we move it to the other side of the land. You know,
Yes, with your new company icon that got added to the board,
Oh,
the
look at that.
final
Yes.
tally.
yes.
Yeah, I didn't know what color you wanted on the map. I thought like Black Shadow was a little too stigmatized these days to begin painting again.
Yeah,
And-
I
and-
felt it.
They gave you
and-
sort of a
and
lighter purple, like a lighter Cormyrean purple. I thought maybe that would be.
Yes, I did put a purple border around to symbolize my allegiance with Cormyr. You
Wink.
know. Yeah. Yeah, it took me a while, but I have now I have half a book of lore about my company. So
I'm glad for it. I'm looking forward to hearing about it when you get out of God jail, which is close now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I might do some stuff with my faction without my evil dragon there. Yeah, no point.
They will eventually come to a point where they decide to act.
Yeah, they're not fingers. My
what?
people are not the fingers. They're
Why don't we like draw folks that now, since time is passing, and we know I convey what the Emerald Enclave is doing, which is besides the adventure stuff, they're amassing and preparing for undead confrontations. What's the final tally flip to in page 37 of the handbook when the Black Dragon doesn't show for several months?
Let's say it's been half a year, right? Enough time for people here to get to grips. The new normal, as it were. You have commanders, you have people, and you have cities in Sembia and communities to take care of, and people are being forced to deal with things like what happens when someone steals someone else's cow, and is that okay? Is that how we live now? Because in Westgate, it's who cares? It's not my problem, which leads to absolute anarchy. So what has happened?
Well, I mean, look, the question is whether who you belong to. Do you belong to the final tally? Well, then people can't steal your cows. Sort of like it is in Westgate, right? If I own a thing, you absolutely cannot steal it. If you steal from some other idiot, that's,
Yeah.
doesn't
How
sound like my problem. It's a big gang. That's what it is.
How does one become a member of the final tally? Is it just as stringent as becoming a member of the Mark?
No, you pay.
All right, there's membership dues. Okay, gotcha.
You pay tax. It's like any society, really. You pay tax, and
Is it voluntary then?
All right, so
yeah,
Is it voluntary?
it's voluntary.
You don't have to. You can just sort of be a free person walking about, or you can
Yeah.
pay for protect. Basically, you're a privatized state.
that's
Yep.
what the video games of Galactic Civilizations take the same approach too, where it's like people live on the planet, but they don't want to be recognized as part of your system, and so they don't pay a tax, but they're just they also don't get any of the benefits too.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Given the amount of Malorites and angry dire beasts, a lot of people are opting to
It's
to get the defense of the guard and
yeah. Well, also, while some of the guards, of course, are just like Sempians who have, been recruited and have gotten a new uniform, there are still, I imagine, some of like the more unsavory types who, this is a perfect system for them, right?
Mhm.
Because, there are records of who pays, and you can't touch those, certainly, if you don't want to be beaten to death. But there's lots of people who don't pay, and they're free for all. So,
I mean,
Do
certainly
you
it
think-
sounds like a system rife for corruption.
yeah.
Do you believe any of your named NPCs cross over from Westgate to start taking action in Symbia?
I can't really see them doing that. Gethra really, because he's not really.
He's lazy. He doesn't feel like moving.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Well, also he doesn't really decide. Like I imagine Gethra as sort of the gateway. Like when people come and are like, "Oh, we have a complaint," you get to meet Gethra.
Right.
And you
I
most likely
remember you mentioning that, and then if Getra lets you pass, then it might be worth hearing.
Yeah, exactly. Cassell is the leader of Westgate, and I don't exactly think Mystic Burr is is qualified for this kind of corrupt society.
What do you think about Manchun? Manchun, the one who's trying to spread and propagate the ideals of the Zentarum. Manchun, who might be looking for evidence of Versicatrix who vanished, and he actually wanted Versicatrix's protection.
Oh, that's interesting.
Manchun, who received conflicting word while guarding Versicatrix's lair that she might be dead, and then as it turns out, no, she's just gone for an extended period of time in some sort of outer plane.
And Shun,
Manchu.
governor of Cormier.
How would he feel about that? It would be putting him on the map. Otherwise, I'll have my horrible, evil gang drow.
He is
do it.
good at organization, and yes, yeah. I think he. Mystic Burr, for example, mostly deals with the tribes, the southern tribes in the mountains, right? That's his purview, the orcs and goblins and ogres. Manchun is currently dealing with stuff for the Black Network primarily, but this is really an extension of that, or rather much bigger than that.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah, you can put him
definitely
over
move
here. I think that
he
would it's a good
is
test
very
for
good at
him.
managing things, though he does it absolutely secretly and with puppets instead of he's not showing his face.
No, I mean that's perfect.
And he also hasn't really been brought to heel by like Tricks in the same way that her actual minions have been, and who knows whether she's really coming back. I mean, you got to make the best out of the situation.
Yeah, I know. I like that. I definitely like that thing. Like this also seems like it. Again, I have like a lieutenant, and what I will be doing with my company is most likely. Well, I feel like after this, I'll have to do a policing role.
Policing. That sounds good.
But then I want to set sails for the Pirate Isles, which would be exactly the raiders who are not fit probably to stay here and do administration work.
Well, so let's just discuss a little bit deeper here. Like, what this seems like to me is it basically will be a guild running, or a gang for that matter, running a bunch of free cities. Like, you're not
Yes.
really claiming any authority beyond power.
Nope.
Yeah, a sort of runaway, lawless society. Which also works great for very wealthy merchant families who can probably purchase all the privileges that they would like.
Yeah.
Very happy with that system. Which,
well, yeah,
is a more lawless way of what Symbia usually did, which was just rich merchant families sort of running everything. But
it really is taking the Westgate like brand of government and saying, "What if we just tried this out in other cities to see whether it sticks?"
it is exactly that.
you go to the police and he leans forward and says, "Make me care." So I don't know what you're going to tell me. Just make me care. And then you got to put money on the table, and he decides. He has all the power. That's sort of what this is becoming. Not what Cormier obviously prefers, but not really a concern.
They also can't have that conversation with you right now, even if they wanted to, because
No.
Obviously not. Nor are they really going to. They have plenty of problems, and for that matter, plenty of promise for their own land. Conquering Sembia was never really the goal. It was making them not an enemy, which they currently are not. So.
Yeah, you know what? Not a lot of raiding's gonna go wrong in Cormier, because you know what? Sembia is ripe for it. So.
Yeah, and given the sort of the treaty and charter of Westgate here. If a Cormirian, if someone like tries to assassinate a royal family member or something and they run away
that's illegal.
They will be grabbed. Taken out.
If you steal from Cormirian ships, you will also be shanked. And even though we're the final tally, the mark still exists, and you don't want to be handed over to them.
An elite guard.
They're the secret police, and they.
Yes, secret. Wink.
Yeah.
Acid burns on their face. Yeah, secret. Wink.
Yeah. They're the non-secret police, elite.
Intimidation.
And, they will murder you in brutal ways, or leave you scarred forever.
I wonder how many people are like, I'm just gonna like fake being a part of the mark. I'm going to scar myself with acid.
Maybe that's the kind of people that get recruited.
Yeah.
If they want it so bad, then.
This is such a fucking chaos cult, like from 40K. This is 100% a chaos cult.
Oh no, yeah, it's it's also the fact that like the beginning of it, right? Like Vesigatrix was, and she's as she's gotten more powerful, certainly her look has changed a little bit, but she used to be all bleached and like scarred, right? So it's also just incredibly pitiful in the beginning.
No one can be beautiful.
That is a sign. I am scarred, and you'll be scarred with me, right? Like, man. Yeah, but now it's a thing, and also, if you're not loyal enough to burn yourself with acid, are you really loyal? That's the question.
All right. How
Yeah, I mean,
does
I'm happy with that.
Vercingetorix measure loyalty? Say I'm a merchant in Sempia. I'm very wealthy.
Mhm.
I say, well, I can pay, to get all the protections. How
Mhm.
much do I matter compared to, you know? Do they get to be on top? Is that the people who are?
That's interesting.
Because they're obviously not loyal, right? They're just doing it for their own benefit. Is that good? To have people like that in the group. But then again, Psychotrix people were all doing it sort of for their own reasons. It's not really an altruistic.
Yeah, I was gonna say
family
it's
sort of
not
thing.
really altruistic.
Um,
Certainly, they're not gonna be in the marked.
Yeah.
That's only for crazy fanatics, not for rich people.
Yeah. I guess I'm asking: is
I
it the
guess they
person
get.
with the money who gets to make decisions, or is it the person who could stab the guy with the money who gets to make?
Yes. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yes, yes, I love that
Yes.
answer. Yes, I love it when people give yes to like a either or question.
All right. Yeah. So whatever
Uh,
works out. Psychotrix doesn't really give a damn.
Well, it's the thing of like, well, if you can buy protection, that's good, but it's also really good to be very powerful, and we want those people in, right?
Mm.
So, yeah, I mean,
So they answered like the question that started that off, man. Like, loyalty not on a premium.
Yeah. It doesn't actually really matter because what are they going to do if they're not loyal? Die, I suppose.
die. Yeah.
All right.
Well,
Very
or be a farmer
arbitrary.
somewhere.
Very arbitrary sort of justice. Whatever the person with the sword feels like you're worth is sort of how it goes.
Well, okay. I mean, it's a new system. We'll see how it goes.
It needs to have a couple guild wars before a new stable solidifies.
Certainly.
Time. All right.
I think it's also just a matter of like, right now I don't see Psychotrix necessarily having like resource. Like she can't suppress this whole area with the people that she has, right? So it's also trying like this is the structure. Like, she like especially if she wants to move some troops away, she can't have like a hard pressed dictatorship because she's not here, and you know. She can't buy all the cards.
Her people are in the fortifications and
Yeah.
what I got from there. They're not in the countryside at all.
No, and all her people are silly rats, right? Basically, if they're not goblins, tribes, they're city rats, right? They're not. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
it
not
sounds
gonna
like
be out in the woods.
a hard place to live for someone who is not empowered with something. And a great place, certainly for monstrous humanoids like a troll, would do great because he can regenerate, and most people can't take him in a fight, which means that he gets to have his way most of the time. Because he can just pay with someone else's money, right?
If he wants to serve the market, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of monsters like that do well in Westgate. Sort of a new stomping ground.
Yeah. Now,
right.
see, when all this has been established, Psychotrix, of course, needs to find a way to get food shipped in, because, seems like farmers are not going to be long for this world in this country.
Population have dwindled.
Yeah.
So it's less of a problem than it used to. Lots of real estate. But yeah, I mean, logistics like that, I don't think Psychotrix cares much, does she? I mean, Westgate certainly doesn't have a lot of trade deals. It's just sort of people bring it in because they can earn money by doing so, which equals power. So.
I mean, I was trying to say, even just having Manchun here communicates something, right? This is black network shit.
Since we are on this bit, even though this does go beyond the confines of the session, how the fuck will these people in Sempia feed themselves? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
know.
Where are you gonna steal the food from? Cormier?
Nope.
Jail lands.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go into the Cormanthor forest?
No.
Across the Sea of Fallen Stars? Can't steal it from, like, the forest.
You know
Terminus is
what?
too
They'll have to
far.
get money, and then they'll have to buy it for Cormier, so Cormier gets richer, and we get food.
The new Symbian
Yeah.
Grain for Gold program.
Yeah, that's right.
Alright,
See,
so
it's so beneficial for Cormier.
Yeah.
I mean,
the next thing you noted was raiders who didn't want to engage in bureaucracy getting on boats and going for these pirate isles.
yes. I'll first do my policing rule, which is sovereignty and might, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
But, yes, I remember stuff.
Well,
How did the
they're,
goblins
they're
get?
quick
In
about
that
it.
case, that means that it fails, right? Because Manchun is involved.
Yeah, that's true. He
Yeah.
uses all of the
what is
policing.
his thing?
Yes, but
I can't see his token, so
but that whenever you roll a success using a 1, he deletes it
oh, okay. Well,
because that's
again.
the power he uses to hunt for other Manchuns.
So yeah, he goes over to Symbiote and then just like gets caught in a whirlwind of like hunting and getting distracted, and other people are coming after him despite his attempts to remain hidden, and it just blows up the policing roll.
Well, at least he didn't hear. So
Yeah. All right, 888. That's better.
relate. Yep, that'll do. Yeah. Well, with the way you're doing things, what can I say? You find there doesn't seem to be anything going on here that you wouldn't be expecting. Right? Of course, there's rebels. Of course, there's wild beasts and messes, and it's all terrible for people. But nothing you wouldn't expect.
Yeah. Well, I just like it less thematically. Like that's what the people like. There are people here who are concerned with that, and I think it's appropriate to spend some of the company's resources on that. Certainly.
Your responsibility.
All right. Well, I suppose. Won't go that far. All right. Well, it's time to set sails toward the Pirate Isles, which will probably be a long trip from here.
Not that long. I mean, you can sort of look at the
Not
map
that
here.
long.
It's sort of,
Yeah.
it's sort of right there. A big isle. And by the sound of it, they have undergone several earthquakes, and now the waters are shifting again. So they're certainly not in there. Like they were fortified out there, but they're not now, because now the harbor that you used to have isn't where it should be.
Yeah. Also, their goddess is silent.
Yeah.
And beaten.
Yeah. It's a troublesome time.
Great.
So you can sort of fight them. They're not gonna take the
I
first
will.
blow here. They're not gonna go easily. Now here's something to consider with these guys. They're notoriously bribable. So if you were to do your attacks, you could use like espionage, I think, to attack them just as well as anything else. By just sort of paying them to not, persist.
Hey, I remember I was at the council.
Yeah. If you give them enough, you can take them, you can buy them, basically. So that is a viable thing to use your influence in treasury.
Oh, that's great. I mean, those are good news for me.
If you want to approach it in a different manner, gifting and meeting with various captains and
Well, I feel like one sort of helps the other. Like trying to buy some people that can then backstab the others. Like that seems like a
These are your raiders sent out here, though.
It would be a
Did
way
you
to
know that?
decrease. It would be a way to decrease their sovereignty, breaking them apart.
yeah.
Well, all right. I'll let you do your thing.
Yes. All right. Well,
Yes.
I think first we're gonna land and we're gonna beat some people up, because
You
I
said
mean, that's
the bloodthirsty people were the ones who came out here.
yeah, and also, well, I mean, the thing is, some of them have met these people before. There's probably some power, you know.
Sure, but it's been several decades since Vercingetorix.
Oh no, yeah.
Um,
Uh,
it's probably
they're-
less. It's
they're-
probably less landing and more engaging them on sea.
great. Do I get my my aquatic ambushers?
If you attack on sea,
Right.
you get a bonus.
I
That's what you're doing.
do. All right, let's go.
Your core of elite aquatic monsters. Go get them,
Yeah.
Sagan.
Treasure and my. That is 10 dice.
It's 10 dice.
What's what you good at? Maritime power. That's been
Has been incredibly useful always, but
77665511. Well,
765 Manchun.
one of the ships is redirected to.
it never leaves the harbor.
I need to have one. You know.
Oh no.
Yeah. I mean, I think given that you're sort of approaching, the first thing that'll happen is a counterattack attempt.
Okay.
They'll be sailing out, like some of them, to get you. Right? They don't want to be. They don't want to be ruled by anyone.
Well, that's great. You know, as long as they pay tax, they'll be ruled by no one.
I have 8 dice for this. Oh boy,
Oh wow.
Oh, man.
that could not be worse.
No. They got it straight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Huh?
Yeah, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
That's incredible. All right, well, that would say, you know what? They sail out there, and in good fashion for them. They sail out, and you see like the big fleets, like a couple of captains have joined together to fight you, as in the distance. Until suddenly, some of them begin boarding the others. It was a trap. They lured. They only joined this to get one of the other captains, and so
That's right.
you can
Also, imagine like
strike at
just
them while
two
they're-
ships of different captains, but none of them, like they both refuse to go first. Like
Yeah,
the other
yeah.
people are offering, because then they get backstab. They might just like go closer and closer and closer, and then they like turn around. No, all right.
Is it
God, it hasn't been since they lost the Orb of Storms that we've seen the Captain's Council. I've missed this.
as they fight each other. Probably one of them throws up like a flag and surrenders and offers to Vercingetorix the other one's ship, even though it's half sunk. Like, yeah, it was worth it to betray the others just to get this guy. He really sucked.
Yeah, he was a real asshole.
Yeah.
So
I know they call Umberly the bitch queen, but whew, gives them a run for the money. But stuff like that,
all these people are the worst. That's delightful.
and they all dislike each other for it.
Yeah,
because
I
they
mean-
didn't just get beaten by you; they failed to actually do anything useful. So, all right. Well, you not only do they do that, you also attack their might. Yes. It was
Sure,
said that
yeah.
ahead of time, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's when you said bloodthirsty murderers in to kill
Yeah,
people. It's
yeah. Well, I feel like it'll lay the base for parlay.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll attack again. So exciting to get to roll this many dice. Honestly, it's incredible.
All right. So we got 996655. Yeah. I think given what just happened, the justifiable thing here is for them to just sort of defend, at least for a go. So they're much worse at it, given that their defense. This is embarrassing. All right, yeah. You move in
Umberly is pretty quiet,
to
huh?
one of the like one of their like coastal defense you know, like Ramshackle Pirate Fort. These used to be many different islands, but they've sort of fused as the water levels changed. Now the water levels are rising again, but and you just find that these ones have been abandoned, I guess. No one's left in them, so you can just sort of sail past them and get right in there.
Yeah, hoist the flag. I'm sorry, I'm gonna keep using dumb pirate shit.
Good, yeah, no, that was another failure. So, you want to keep attacking Might, or are you gonna go for something else? Or you...
Well, I feel like attacking Might and then later Sovereignty will that should be enough to kill them, right? And I might not
Yeah.
I might not be able to defeat them this year, so then having them have less might certainly would benefit me.
I hope you keep up with the pirate jokes, Ari. They are very funny.
Arr.
I appreciate that, Grimace. I know that cost you physical pain, you know?
I have a wooden smile on my face right now. Please continue.
Let's see. Alright. It is 8 dice time.
9 to 5.
9 to 5.
Fucking 9 to 5.
Time for another counterattack. You're pushing in too far. Some people here thought maybe they could let others do it, but given your success, they need to step it up. Counterattack, double 2. So
No triples out of
would
them.
not do it. So that brings them to, I can tell you, temporary 0 might. You have smashed all their fleets. No one's
Great.
really sailing out to meet you now. They scatter. They'll come back later. You know, they're just a bail, basically.
Ari,
Yeah.
the ocean never says anything to the pirates. It just waves.
This is the best. I'm never leaving the Pirate Isles. I'll build a new West Gate, the North Gate, whatever. East Gate, West or West Gate.
Eastgate.
Doesn't
yeah.
matter.
Eastgate.
Which city to rename? Middlegate. Water?
We'll call it the Gateway, and then we'll sell drugs from here.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Okay, I attacked again with the 7/7 double 1.
Yeah. Well, until they get a chance to recuperate their strength, they can't beat that. So you will simply smash it. Basically, just like beginning to go to their ship wharfs and smashing boats that are in like already like that are being repaired currently. You know, stopping them from being able to get them back. Capturing some captains and declaring them enemies, and you know. Yeah, you do
Yeah,
it.
definitely.
You smash more of their might.
Ari, I had to talk to a pirate yesterday. We made eye-to-eye contact.
I don't know if you're trying to plan me to get retired of this, but I'll tell you that it's not going to happen. You spend the rest of the session like this, and I'll
He's
be so
defending the fleet of Umberlee because this way they get to survive.
happy. Yeah, it's true. Like, no, I can't kill him. They're too good. All right, we'll take one more time.
All right.
Still might.
Hunting them down.
Yeah,
And we got one of those
basically.
like pirate brands. Oh, they can't defend against that either.
A black spot.
You know, from Comir, they've been captured at some point. Well, then they're gonna get it. Is that the wrong kind of pirate now? All right, yeah, you do it.
Oh right, yeah.
You want to keep going?
That's
or-
true. My resources are also starting to be a little tapped here.
Mhm.
Though.
Would compel you, but you're not here physically. So
Yeah, that's the real trouble.
Ari, your pirates live their lives the fullest. They know how to seize the day.
Well, you know what being a pirate really is, Grimmeth? It's
I
freedom.
wouldn't know I'm not a pirate.
freedom.
It's freedom. That's what it really means.
Hmm.
Yeah. I've wanted keep going, but I'll also only have 5 dice. Eh,
Well,
They have
your
nine
your
dice,
group
so-
can just like take time to muster up using other stats to increase other stats.
They'll do the same.
Yeah,
And,
they'll do the same, exactly.
But how is that a problem for you since you both were at full strength at the start?
You're true. You're right. You're right. As usually. Ugh. I hate saying that.
Hmm.
And now it's recorded. Alright. It's time to muster up.
All right, pull back, sit at a fort for a bit, regroup as the captains certainly do the same thing. They need more people,
It's okay,
Boy.
Ari.
and they can't get it.
No, they can't. And that's the other thing too, Ari. Manakai's dice
Aw.
for these people aren't happy, right?
Aw.
Are not
Man.
hot right now.
Yarr! Oh, finally, someone
Hey!
showed up. He did the whole muster thing, and nobody was
Oh,
there.
Lord.
And, all right.
Yeah, it's
well,
pretty rough.
I can't justify them spending treasury. Yeah, no, it's gonna have to just be. You know what they need right now? They need more money. They'll borrow some money. No, they will not. They will get a
No,
no.
they will not.
Those friends were probably
Yeah.
Sembians.
Yeah, I was gonna say, those people are,
I'll try again. No.
wow.
So just pulling on all the different.
Are you gonna muster the goblins to take the pirate isles, Ari?
Well, I want to, but, I guess they would have been moved to Sembia, honestly.
Well, not all.
Oh
of
my...
them. There's
No,
always
I
more
mean,
goblins.
yeah, well, that is true.
The-
I just
the
sort of like,
goblin-
the southern tribes, they're very far away.
The goblin
But-
kingdom of the southern tribes. I mean, it's worth noting the southern tribes are not just goblins. It's also orcs and ogres and
Yeah.
like
The Mystic
Well,
Burr overseas.
a couple of hill giants. you know.
You're just transplanting up to north and creating new tribes.
Oh no, yeah, they're gonna come here. I really
Repopulation.
just love I love the visual also of like pirate goblins. That seems just so goddamn horrifying.
Some these rickety catapults that have been the ogres launch goblins out of and
Yeah,
fire
oh,
into
no,
enemy
yeah.
ships.
And they have like knives in there, like any possible place in their body is just knives. Just yes, I gather, mate.
The fleet looks at that. Huh. Just imagine having goblins. Oh, they used to rule the city. They used to be someone. Umberly was respected.
Yeah, well, maybe she shouldn't have been such a bitch, but I know it's hard for her. No.
She's the queen of it. She's the goddess of it.
it's true. Now she's a little less, still the same, just a little less weather control, still same bitch.
All right,
I
good.
see.
You had the tens there.
Yes, I know.
And Shun finds another clone living somewhere in Sembia and hiding in a cave. Redirects, 800 goblins.
It's now
That'll
that I
do.
reflect how many times you have succeeded on rolls with only ones, and now I'm like, man.
Mm.
It comes at a price,
All right.
Gathering. I mean, they're done. They don't have any more.
Yeah, I mean, but I do. Why not spend it?
Right.
Gonna also use some sovereignty and influence, calling in them favors. Hey, do you want a better standing in the new society of the final tally?
4 years in the
There's a-
Navy grants
there's
the
a
citizenship.
program.
Yeah.
Just for
Would you
you.
like to be a VIP in the final tally?
Yeah,
know,
that's right. I
We have
mean,
degrees of citizenship now.
yeah, that's
Oh, there's a
Oh,
caste
you know.
system, a hierarchy.
Yeah.
Oh no, not the hierarchy. No.
What have we become?
all those lessons for the Cloud Giant.
You know,
They've
someone goes into the Sierloon office. They see a stone giant with a tablet sitting in there frowning.
won. Have
Taxes
you paid
are
your
due.
dues to the
You
final
can pay
tally
them in
this year?
gold or in blood. Well,
I was very
that
pleased
sounds
with
familiar.
the name of the final tally. I
works in a couple
thought that
ways,
was
doesn't it?
it's quite clever. It
Mhm.
does. It does. It's a
No.
economics term apparently. So you know.
And any other
I'm
rolls
very-
before you attack?
No, I think this is good. It
All
was,
right.
5,
9 dice total.
9 dice. Yeah. That's
What are we attacking? Just more might? Probably
no,
not.
that's already below 0, right?
Yeah, but not permanently.
No? Oh,
It's the best
Well,
stat.
I suppose we'll do. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I need that down.
Happen.
I suspect the sovereignty is going to be pretty low. As I remember it. How do they feel about double eight,
See.
777?
They don't feel good about it. Yeah, you hunt down some more. As it turns out, they couldn't upgrade their might since. Yeah, you kill someone, they're gonna defend that.
Thought I'd write that one out.
Now he's just irate.
Oh! See, I
Uh,
like the goblins. So there's one goblin that is just a smack talker. He's dropping all the signs.
all the goblin shanties.
Yeah,
Well,
it's a
keep
lot
going.
about.
They're still not at permanent 0.
Oof! Thank God for that double 8, huh?
They counterattack
Damn it, man, Sean.
just with their money. Ah. Oh.
Nope.
Oh.
You know, after
Can't even
all these
see the money.
sessions, I must say pirating does seem very addictive. I guess once you lose your first hand, you get hooked.
I mean, that's my experience, honestly.
Oh boy. Right. Yeah, no. At this point, though, there are no more pirates, and there won't be for a while. Turns out, the pirates that we're going to fight have all been hunted down, and now there's more like the background people. You know, yes, we are the pirate council, but you know, it's all the accountants and the people who are sort of snide and conniving and not who are not going to fight you. They're just sort of going to run things behind the scenes. They move the goods. What I'm
So
saying
that
is
means their might
they
is
have
at
0
0.
might. Yeah. Tomorrow there
Alright.
won't be more of them. It would be an effort to actually find people with boats and weapons.
I mean, if possible, we don't smash the boats. They're important.
you take
the
'em.
people, however, they're. I mean, we have lots of those. Yeah, now.
Yeah. So, what's your next target?
Well, I mean,
You got to
that-
kill territory or sovereignty. Territory could make sense because you want to physically take the island. Sovereignty could also make sense because you're saying you suck, haha.
Yeah.
No more piracy.
Yeah, I wonder which
We rule
is.
the seas now.
Well,
Either makes sense, really. And none of
Yeah.
neither is fantastic because they don't have a lot of territory given it's a small island that's recently begun to rupture, and their god got beaten up and is gone. So rough time for them.
Yeah, I think territory would make sense. I think at this point,
Yeah, back to the
Uh,
sea with you.
the show of force, at least should show some of these conniving people that what happens if they are discovered, and all I want to say is I have a kill force that is always hungry for bodies.
Let's see it.
That's the new shipment. All right, still might and
Now it's not on the water though.
right,
'Cause
yeah.
now you're actually going into like their taverns, kicking in the door and being like, "Hey, You belong to me now.
Can I
So
do
am I.
the sorry, let me open my company's file here.
You have aquatic ambushers, hag coven, and ruler of the southern mountains. What else would apply?
No, I'm not
Oh.
looking at that.
I gotcha.
Yeah, that certainly makes my pool a little lower. Is what that does.
Mhm.
3.
Well, I mean,
That's
there's no
5
one,
dice.
no one else is gonna come out for you, so you're gonna have to go to
Yeah,
them.
that's true. I'll try. Hit territory. 5 dice.
Sure. They're reserving any chance
Nope.
they have. Well, no.
Nope. Somehow Manchun is disrupting my business
There
even
was a
out here.
clone hiding on the island.
I mean, that's basically it. Basically, like, because he's allied to you, that also means that the other ones are enemies of you. Right? They
Yeah.
somehow messed up,
Yeah.
joined the pirate council, and the clones even are a power level where.
You could absolutely see like a Mushan on the captain's council or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
oh yes.
The real Manchun would definitely have a hook for a hand. That is much is very clear, Okay, well, do you want to try again?
Yes, I'm just thinking what else to do. Whether it be better to try and influence them, basically, or
Basically means you
Leave with your
purchase
Hey.
lives while you still can.
You buy the tavern.
Yeah.
like, what would that be again?
Influence and
Okay,
if you want
yeah.
to just let's buy them. People generally like being bought more than they like being killed.
I think so. We'll try. I mean, my dice are running slim. Double 8.
Well, usually it's a defensive benefit, that they should do up a lot of their influence and hope. Double 8s. Yep, you can hit them in the territory. But you're buying some buying some things. People are willing to sell. I mean, the alternative is that they don't get to have it anyway. So
Land value
Good.
is crashing
Yeah.
right now.
they are not yet at temporary 0.
Yeah, I figured.
I hear,
God, I can't really 4 dice.
Harry, I hear your goblins make fantastic singers because of how effortlessly they keep hitting the high seas.
Oh, it took a moment.
That
Alright.
that sounds good. I appreciate that. Are you making these up yourselves, or are you looking at pirate puns?
Who can say?
He's looking at pirate puns.
You think this shit's all in my head? And I've just been like, every now and then I pull out pun jokes, which sometimes happens. I pull out pickup jokes more than I do pun jokes.
That's fair. We can't all be master of the pun.
Are you?
No, no. They just happen sometimes. Ugh, God, rolling 4 dice never feels good. I don't like that.
Imagine not having 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, well,
I gotta try. Gots to try, right? Hey!
oh well,
Hey,
look
yo!
at that. Yeah. Well, they're now at temporary 0 territory. Any further damage you deal to it will be permanent. So
Yeah. Yeah. Looks at stats.
While you're looking at those stats, Harry, how much you
Yes.
think the pirate paid for the pagan hook?
I don't know, Grimmett. How much did the pirate pay?
An arm and a leg.
for the pagan.
Yeah.
Continue, please.
All right. Let's see here. God. Yeah. Yeah, 3 dice? Really? Are we gonna do that? That seems not wise.
You know what?
I mean,
I was thinking about this, and you gave me time enough to decide. There's going to be a bit of perhaps unexpected, but in retrospect, sensible aid. Because you've really done this to the point where Cormier is looking at the current situation and saying, you know what, we are not the Westgate. The final tally does not pirate Cormerian ships. The pirates do.
True.
And if we could just get rid of them, that would be great. Because that would mean, I mean, really, this is a great benefit for them. Beyond that, it would be a victory to say that there are no more pirates in the Sea of Fallen Stars. And I know,
Sure.
you know, it's like a major faction doing the thing of being opportunistically mean, but you know, I'll let you get the first crack at it if you want, but otherwise, they might.
makes sense. You've weakened to the point that some other company might take action, and why not Cormier instead of say Turbish?
It's time for a big win, and they want it. And the thing about Anglospark is he doesn't like the water, nor does
Yes.
he like Navy stuff at
If
all.
that was communicated, he really hates that.
he thinks it's stupid.
Is there anything I can gain from consuming the fleet of Umberly? Is the question.
That would not be destroying them as you currently are, and no,
Oh,
they're
well.
smaller than you.
You know what? Cormier, go ahead.
And then Cormier goes ahead.
But the paradise was still mine.
They don't care about the Isles. They will
Oh,
take the
Lord.
Fort of Presper, but yeah,
What's that?
it's this one.
No.
They have an old Navy fort there.
Well,
No.
well,
Then
You-
I will not let them do it.
you don't have an option.
That's mine.
You
These are
don't get a
my-
choice.
well, okay.
You're in
They'll
God
have
jail, and you are subservient to Cormier.
Well, all right. They'll be flooded.
It is being flooded actively, but yeah, I mean, there we go. That's really what it took. Fleet of Umberly can't defend against any of those. So, you
I
know,
see Cormier is building up their fleet again.
not as an asset, they're just actually kind of strong when they have time to. Yeah. As you know,
Sweet.
the final tally is out there striking and fighting. The word will be that if the Westgate, of course, will the governor there. It's a and really the way that the Queen here spins this, because this is certainly her personal involvement. This would not have been the thought. I mean, many of the Cormerian military still sees Westgate as like a rogue state,
As it is. Yeah, they're
yeah.
right.
But Raedra here, Raedra spins it and says, well, we destroy these pirates, and Westgate will not attack our ships. We will have free shipping lanes, and more so, they will destroy everyone else's. Our shipping will be great. Our merchants will have few competitors, and for reconstructing our country, this is going to be a huge deal.
Yeah.
And also it's a chance to
I
try
mean-
to paint the tally as like a less gruesome, monstrous organization. But they just try to bring order to places of anarchy.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they
that's
can
what
bring
do.
order insofar that we don't get raided. So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, so clearly there are some rules, Great.
yeah, all right.
I
We'll
like her.
take these people off the grid.
Now, the dragon turtle.
Yes.
She dead.
No. It's disappointing.
She
I mean,
doesn't
it's
want to
like,
join me. Yeah.
It's
I love
probably
her
gonna
so much.
move back. Move into the old dragon lair.
Yeah. Fuck
Oh well. Look at that.
Well, I guess the Six will be alone forever.
What's Visegatrix's feelings about aquatic humanoids? aquatic elves.
I mean,
say.
Vesicatrix is not here at the moment, but she's fine with them. I mean, she
Right.
has Sharkanoids.
Sure.
Why? There are a lot of them here.
Yes, a ton of them. Not in the deepest parts of the Sea of Fallen Stars. That place is cursed, and you should never go there. But
Yeah, I
um,
know.
around, yeah, there's like
I
sea
know.
elves and merfolk and stuff like that.
Yeah, sure. Are they? You know.
They got all their own politics
they
going
gonna
on,
be-
really. They're not going to be
Yeah, I was
problems.
gonna say, are
for
they gonna
land
be a
people, but,
nuisance to me?
No.
No, fair, fine. Go
Um,
ahead. See, that's the final teller. You're gonna be a bitch to me? No, all right. Well, have fun.
Live and
GG.
let live, you know?
Yeah. Yes, that's Vesicatrix's motto.
Yeah.
Live
Yeah.
and let live.
It's, as the Isles will
Great.
be, I mean, basically you've just destroyed anything there. So
Yeah,
whatever needs to
Yeah.
be there will have to be rebuilt. But
that's fine.
basically you're just gonna, it sounds like you're just gonna privateer anyone who's not a protected faction. So
Sure.
um,
And do any of them have the Orb of Storms, or is that buried on? That is in the sea.
no, they dumped it in the sea.
Yeah.
That-
You know
that's an
what?
Umberlee's horde.
As a
Vesicatrix will get that
Sacrifice.
later. Once she's back. That is one of the reasons she won the Paradise. So, because her orb is here. So, most likely.
Mirian.
Well, no, it's Vesicatrix's.
Uh-huh.
Wouldn't that be some shit if because Cormier took that fucking island of territory, they picked up
Oh,
the
look at what's
Orpheus?
here. Yoink. Fine.
War! And we go
Give me
back in
Zori
time.
Yggdrasil, you've got to help me fight Cormier. What?
We have to defeat them. It's very important.
Excuse me? No.
You're gathering your forces. I already said that.
The worst thing is they're smart enough to have anti-scrying rituals on their fucking treasury.
Are you kidding me? Cormier? They
Yeah.
have all the protections you could possibly get. They've been
No,
assassinated by evil
the
wizards for
reason of
100
giving
years.
it to Severus because he was an idiot and he didn't have that, so she could spy on him. Think about all the ways you could kill him. Anyway, that's what the final tally did.
Yeah. And yeah, as Cormier though,
Back
it's
to the
it's
sets.
worth noting they're rebuilding well and strongly because currently they don't have enemies left.
Yeah.
It's kinda
Everyone
scary when
around
you say it
them-
like that.
Everyone around them is currently turning into an ally due to Rhaedra's hard compromising. I think with what's traditionally been their sort of goody two shoes values into more of a steely hearted opportunism.
I like it.
They've expanded their territory to the north. They've brought in some people from Dale Lands and certainly lots of refugees from various parts of the chaos in the north, as it were, of the collapsing Netheril and Netherese and the various warlords and such to repopulate themselves. Yeah, that Erebor and Pilsker and Elbasalt and such have had lots of refugees too, given the explosions and constant earthquakes and magma rain that's going on down there. That's not nice for people. Beyond that, their ships are not harassed. They can sail and ship better than they ever have. They past. Nor are there any scheming black dragons in the swamps and lakes constantly vying for power. Given Vercingetorix's decree that you work for her or not at all, a lot of them have sort of been forced out of the region, or just to lay low enough that they don't get noticed.
Yeah.
Which is not conducive to building up a horde or harassing Cormier. Because they're very happy to report black dragons to be picked up and brought to Westgate to killed. Schemers.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if Vesicatrix just get more black dragons now, because
you
know,
they're
what-
like,
the
Black
elven
dragons
realm,
are
the
pirates.
elven realm of Cormenthor has begun resurging. They resisted the Netherese much better than perhaps expected, with Cormyr aid, and is becoming a strong ally up there, along with the Dales, as they're being really between the two powers there being unified. Sembia has sent a lot of refugees here too, and is out of, they're not even a faction now. They're under the final tally, who is again an ally under Cormier. Their nearest rival would be, well, probably Kieranheim, unbeknownst to them. Somewhat unbeknownst.
Yeah,
No.
and I hear there's gonna be a lot of Far Realm shit there later also, so you know.
So they're sort of beginning to return to a bit of a hegemon in the region, given now a network of allies more so than the previous just sort of physical power dominance. And that is showing in the way that the Cormyreans feel about themselves, right? They don't feel like they have lost. They feel like they have won over Netherrealm, which you could argue they did. In a roundabout way.
I was gonna say they and a lot of other people.
Oh yeah.
That was
Beyond
definitely
that,
not.
a lot of cults and whatnot are being hunted down this year because a lot of chosen are around who don't really have a task. Which means that a lot of old vendettas and such. The bandits that
Right.
once upon a time killed my family. Now it's time to go get them with these god powers. Working out. Beyond that, Queen Rager is stomping out corruption and what she can find. Or rather, sending those people off to Westgate and the other cities
And the final tally.
to be governors and whatnot there.
Yeah.
Seemed like they would fit in.
Well, I mean, it's a more efficient way of like not having to deal with angry nobles that you killed some of them. You can just ship them off to here, and it's a business opportunity.
Yeah.
Forced to relocation.
Good. That was done.
Yeah.
This goal has been completed. You have claimed the Pirate Isles,
Ha.
and time can once more proceed to.
Yeah.
Which means that Emizuri has got her. What would they look like? I guess just like completely blackened, like blank cages, right? Like boxes, basically, with these mind flayers
Yeah.
like strapped into them.
Right. Fucking like boxes, like some sort of like ritual magic to try and like prevent them from reaching out and touching people's minds. And if you can't see us, then you're good.
You're psionically gifted. You can feel like the weird stillness around them. But they're there. I'm sure it's been a long time. Probably would see her like returning to the surface, like blinking eyes a couple times, given the time spent in the Underdark here. Right?
Like,
Oh, that's
she's
the
done it a
side,
few
yeah.
times in her life, but still, like, it's fucking disconcerting. Like, just squinting several times. And yes, like, box containers. I imagine, like, the Dorgar of Dunsphere are like, you want to do what? Because she's, like, been enlisting, like, their help and, like,
Oh.
finding, like,
Oh, yeah.
groups and enclaves. And, okay. Fucking surface dwellers and dragons are weird, man.
They're actually surprised. They're well, maybe unsurprisingly into it. Their god symbol is an illithid skull. Whatever
It's true.
it hurts the illithids, they're sort of generally very into. That and
Yeah.
gold dwarfs they don't like.
Yeah.
But they hear,
Like-
in the Underdark, they also hear the rumbles of, because a lot happens in the Landsmouth, but there's a much bigger thing happening down south in the
Yes.
Underchasm. That is similar of just,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. And I just really note the weirdness of that. Like, why not just kill him here? Like, no, I want to go kill him somewhere else.
Yes.
Okay.
What are you gonna do with them? I guess is a question. And the
Yeah.
answer is some experiments. They're like, yeah. Basically, whatever you answer, they're not gonna not do it.
Yeah.
It's curiosity. Are they useful for something? Is it like a sport?
Yeah, it's sport. Like, she's hunted them before, but this is like the transportation of them. Yeah, it's a dedicated experiment.
Oh. Yeah. Getting up to the sun. Martaine, if he spent like several months in the Underdark, he's never done that before. Like the silvery moon wood elf that he is.
I know.
Uh,
This gloomy and really, if he wasn't as powerful as he was, like horrific, like
it's still
just
horrific.
murder
I mean,
land. Yeah,
Probably
and even then
times
it
where
still
he has
sucks.
sort of overkill things have happened. He's like, no, this should not be.
What do you mean this exists?
He's mentally powerful, right? because he's been given that power, but he's seen some stuff that you shouldn't see, right? Just a gibbering mouther, right? Is not it's not good for you.
It's not good
Jesse,
for you.
I'm,
So-
I'm just not gonna Google anything. I am glad that we're not zooming in on this.
Yeah.
You know? Let that stay with the Elder
And-
Gods.
And so when he returns, it's with the idea that the Underdark is just a bad place that shouldn't.
Yeah,
Should.
that's the right lesson.
And yeah, he is happy that he has this power, but he just is sort of creeped out by the thought that we walk on top of all this all the time.
Yeah.
You know, that's-
Hopefully this helps to instill the Green Dragon's passion and why she's so adamantly devoted to destroying these aberrations at every turn.
Yeah, he's. I mean, he's not divinely commanded at the moment, but he does believe that this should all
Great.
horrid and disgusting. And the fact that they get to have their gods still is sort of why haven't whoever is responsible for gods dealt with this? You know, how come they just get a
Presumably, although like Emmy's early has never been someone who ever wants to get into a theological discussion from Cinder like Moon to like Martaine, but she would surmise that it's a matter because the rules of divinity do not adhere to creatures that are from beyond this realm of existence.
Hmm.
If these creatures did adhere to those rules, then they probably wouldn't be from beyond this plane of existence.
yeah. It's certainly, you know, like eternal darkness and like Fae, evil Fae and such can certainly make things that are unnatural. But the aberrant from the far realm specifically are a whole different level of unnatural because they don't even, you know, unnatural is constant cold, but at least that plays with the rules. These ones are sort of even further removed than that.
Because there's no, like, in any system of numbers, like, they're not there, but, like, for all purposes, there's no place for them here.
No.
Yet they're here.
It's a break.
It's like, yeah.
Right. Good.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
you have them.
That's right. The Chosen and my character are in agreement about how things went down there. And how nice it is to be back in the surface. Yeah. Green Dragon sort of like puffs her like face, psionic operatives around her, like with all these fucking like wheeled like black boxes, like rectangles.
Yeah, they look like real creepy.
Then like, and she's had plenty of time over the months to think about where she wanted to come out on the surface and like where like roads would be. Begin with the process of like slowly transitioning this awkward like caravan of horrors back to the Serpent Valley. Conveniently, there is a very awesome road system that is built and maintained. But I imagine it's going to be like going through like Nathland, up through like this road, through horrible murder swamp,
Yeah.
like past like the southern tribe, the Giants Run Mountains, through this bizarre grove
Sort of all the murder bees.
to the but after everything we saw in the Underdark,
Oh, yeah.
actually can't be worse.
Yeah, there's a nice dryad there. I mean,
Though certainly this route, you know, if you sort of go from down here from the savage beast to the murder swamp to the crazed dryad bees, you do see the scars of a druidic conflict upon the land. You know, in a lot of those spots.
yeah, well, we didn't have anything to do with it.
Ooh, scars of druidic conflict.
Well, no, what I'm saying is those things are.
Yes.
As,
Yes, it's been great storytelling over all these sessions.
Clap sound back. Yes, those red bees that I was so afraid of now make me money. It's incredible.
Exporting it all to Symbia.
Oh yeah, drugs. I mean, that's what my gang empire.
I mean, you're
needs.
exporting the trees too at this point, right? To
Yeah,
Symbia?
probably. Honestly.
rows of
God,
Well-
that region
mind
is so
controlling.
fucked. It's just so
error things.
All right. Let's focus on this before we.
Uh, I mean, probably this takes time to move. as well. So we are probably nearing the end of the year as they get there.
I didn't expect anything else. Like, what? Like I'm gonna shortcut, like fly all these things? Maybe, but just
It
goes with
seemed
it.
like it should personally deliver what, like 12, 16 big iron boxes full of everything.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a thing I want to do. Like, I want to be careful and cautious about this. God help me if I have to round all these fuckers up again.
Escape into the land and we take all night. Yeah. You can bring them. Of course. Breaking back into the ancient tomb. You know?
Got to break back into the ancient tomb, the Serpent Valley,
Smashing
because
through it.
it's been long enough that he definitely is back.
Oh yeah. And I think given how Nova Crete works, right? He's probably like made a teleportation circle somewhere nearby. When he
That makes
needs to
sense.
get out, he can sort of try to stealth or teleport or something. Though that doesn't really work well. He could also inform you this tomb is very well protected against teleportations.
Yes.
You know, he sort of he's found ways to get a little more comfortable in there, so he can stay for longer. It's a lot of power in this ritual.
It's a very nicely wrought bronze chair, a brass chair,
He's basically just gets back in there and just sees like a
pillow.
bunch of Eladrin furniture.
Your character is going to be the one who actually sees that, because the Green Dragon's not walking back into that ritual room anytime soon. So Mankind can ambush you with how he's remodeled the place.
So we could probably just cut past the
The inevitable refight of the Bone Devil and various lesser devils.
Good to see you again or something.
Perhaps
as he's forced to disappear.
Perhaps Amy will have to use another healing surge.
Yeah, I know, right?
Because the Pit Fiend doesn't come back until this whole divine thing is done. So,
That's right. I mean, another delivery is not coming.
it would make it a different situation.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. You're there, right? With the boxes. Maybe we should even actually.
Yeah, I'll put myself back on the map.
Two.
Yeah. So Martaine's there. The boxes have been wheeled in, they've been kept outside the tomb until after the fighting was over. The psionic operatives are still here as well because they had to monitor the whole situation. And also, why the hell not have them come in too?
Yeah. Yeah, they're looking around, right? I mean, the
By
place
the
probably
very
has to.
necessity, just with all the months that have passed, everyone who's a part of this caravan has gotten to know what it is that why she's cared to bring them here. It would be impossible for her to disguise anyway.
I mean,
what
are they gonna do, right?
Right.
It's not like they have a personal force in this race. They're probably not anti-Emissary Leader here, at least.
They're still dying. It's just they're dying in a different location.
Okay. And how open is she about what the ritual is? Why does she want to corrupt it?
She isn't about that.
Okay.
Her not even the psionic operatives would know that. That would just be the super best friends that she told.
She's in here. The weirdly featureless statue. The strange sense that it's aware of what's around it. So it doesn't give any sense of it.
She probably gives the default answer that she gave through the proclamations to adventuring parties that this is a ritual that serves a cornerstone of the Undead Stone Giant's power here in maintaining his hordes of undead. And so working to unravel this while he's distracted elsewhere in the world could break his undead.
Yeah. I mean, what's the procedure here? sort of looking here in my resources to see if I have like a black iron box. I don't think I do,
It's okay.
but I can just draw some. So
Yeah.
you can have a little
Sure.
representation.
I think when like the operatives like make sure that all the boxes are like hauled in, probably like in a horseshoe or like semicircle around the black statue. The green dragon will request that all the operatives who've come along at this point they pull out of this room, given the very nature of like the statue and the fact there is going to be like more fighting as she destroys these creatures with Martaine. And if any of their operatives were like severely wounded, this statue would drain them. And she would prefer not to lose them. And they would probably prefer not to be lost, especially after everything we've endured this year. So go wait. You know, don't have to wait outside, just outside this room. The Chosen and I are going to open up these boxes one at a time. And obliterate whatever we've put in there. Not all at once. That as fun as that could be.
Like some sort of game, we have to do it all at once. The boss rush.
It's a great hunt. Any of the aberrations have survived the day and night. With a boon. What?
Yeah. I mean, you captured them. Probably none of these things are actually a challenge for you. But let's just discuss what sort of things. Like, is there any? Do you start with any particular thing, or is it random, like the order?
I think it's arbitrary. I don't think there's like any sort of
Whatever's
thing that
convenient.
there's no like this is not a scientific experiment that's being conducted here. It's I want to unravel this ancient like arcane power embedded by a very powerful caster within like an ancient very powerful artifact.
Yeah. All right.
By this.
Yeah. There's a whole bunch of different creatures. We don't have to go into what they are, right? But most of them are sort of like mad beasts and various ceratomorphs and stuff like that. The Lithids have made probably some malevolent like half intelligent crystal entity. You know, inside out bear hounds. And then there's of course the mind flayers. Like maybe they're even like a beholder, one of those things. Somehow tied up. But the things here don't traditionally have souls. Various aberrations right there from here. And so there isn't a cool visual effect where the like blue light gets sucked out of their eyes as they're sacrificed to the statue. But I do think there is a strange presence. The more of them that go, like at first it's not really perceptible. Right? It's like, okay, well, let's try a different one. But the more of them that go, the more like there certainly is something that's drawn out of them, right? It may not be a soul, but it's something. Whatever this ritual does, it's certainly not made to accept or like to. They probably didn't expect this to ever happen when they designed this artifact. And so it's sort of hard to tell what is happening. It's certainly being drawn into it, more like a slow maelstrom of aberrant psionic energy being sort of swirled around and sucked into it, but clearly unintended. Unintended. I think it takes a little while to go through all these, right? But there's no visible change in the statue itself. But one change is that the portal lights up, and I think someone peeks out.
Like partway through like the box destruction as the brass prince peeks out of the portal and the green dragon like rapidly like whips her head thinking that one of them somehow escaped her sight and is like run into the portal.
The brass prince, who doesn't look like he spent months in the Underdark. Looks out. Glances at Martaine. I think he's beginning to work up a little bit of a dislike of Martaine. he doesn't have like his apprentices that
Jealousy.
meet unpleasant ends, but he's like, but what if this elf can replace me? You know, he's never been
That's
that
such-
wise, and he's like, well, they're spending an awful lot of time together.
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
He's like,
That's such a him thing. I love
you
it.
know, it's like, so he's probably gonna in the coming time here try to be extra there and useful, you know, and if Matane has a plan, he might have some sort of addendum to
snide
it, you know,
comment.
or something to, you know,
Yeah.
try to be extra Novacree. But at this point, he looks out and looks at like whatever mind flayer is being like has its consciousness drained into the statue, and like looks at Emizure and Matane, and then he sort of moves fully through the portal, right?
Mm-hmm. The green dragon, super tense again, thinking that something has actually escaped from her, is about to like fly and pounce, and then like hesitates because it's Novacree. Ah, you're still here.
Yeah, directs its mind control towards them. Not high level for it. As he looks around him. Well, this is unexpected. Thinking to himself, whose plan was this? How you know, was this Matane or was this Emizure? Because if it was Emizure, I want to praise it. But if it was Matane, then maybe I don't.
The green dragon doesn't help whenever she throws back the word unexpected.
There's a change inside. I'm not sure how to. Well, the intention was to disrupt something. Something unintended is sort of happening.
Dragon says, good. That is good. That means all of this effort was not in vain, not wasted.
He knows that she does dislike wasting effort.
She says, I had not intended to go back through there, but I might as well have a look while I'm here. The rest of the boxes can wait for a few minutes. Like she calls over towards Martane. I'm gonna go take a look at what's inside. Novacree says that what we're doing here is having an effect. I want to see how it's changed.
He gives Matane a, you know, when Emizure isn't looking, a smug look. Says, yeah, you just wait here.
I got praise.
Which just makes Matane frown because he doesn't understand this petty like.
Right, what is this?
He's not on that wavelength. He's like, what does that mean? You know, he's not on that wavelength at all. Who even is this guy? Basically.
So the green dragon walks to the portal, peers at it, figures Novacree usually does it at times. It's probably
Right.
fine for her, and then
Seems
teleports
to be
in.
a very good portal, actually.
Finest dwarf craftsmanship.
Going inside, it very much looks as she remembers. You know, the power lines are running there, the big focus point there with all the different scripts on it. Novacree's notes are here. There's like a bathtub in the corner. One of those like with golden lion legs, you know, old books laying next to it, texts that you can read in the bath. Probably has like boxes of food and stuff that he likes to have in here. It's like a little
A
apartment.
wine, like a wine
Wine
selection.
rack across
Finest
one
wine.
wall. What you do remember,
Statue.
and what you sort of after waiting a moment here, it's subtle, right? A subtle change, but she is very good at this and is looking for something. Someone might not notice it right away, but the weird sort of silvery flowing walls of this place that seem to just sort of be a continuous muddy fall of liquid sort of silver or like mercury running, you can sort of push your hands against it, and it sort of sways a little bit like it's rubber, but you can't push through it. Every now and then, though, you can see something like try to push from the other side. Well, that something pushing from the other side is occasionally sort of like an ellipsoid face, tentacles splayed, and weird mouth in the middle, sort of pushing against it from the other side before being sort of drawn further down.
Green Dragon, her eyes split around quickly. Notices the walls. Did not pay that much attention to the walls in her initial coming in. Squints and the visages and the shapes. Looks at Novacree and says, "Have you tried touching the walls during your stay here?"
Novacree, he nods. He definitely has. He's not wise enough to be. Says, yes.
Well, he tried to hang up a picture, you know.
Yeah. I've surmised that it seems like there's something in them, like to get out here, but that it is unable to. As he glances at, it's sort of that horror movie shot, right? Where you'd have, suddenly at a smooth wall, and suddenly there's, a squid thing sort of pushing against it and then being forcibly dragged further down as it tries to grapple and scratch to hold on. It doesn't happen often. It's like every 20 minutes or something.
Have there been any other faces or visages that have appeared in these walls during your entire stay here, Novacree?
Oh, he nods. Yes, quite often. Most appear to be sort of featureless humanoids, lanky things, much like the statue outside, really, but also just more human-looking things. Hard to tell exactly what they would be, but sort of frame would be humanoid.
I would have thought that what would be imprinted upon these walls might be from the statue itself and the energy it absorbs and, converts from souls. But what Yaffle has done draws the draconic essence from dragons, and I don't wager the devils have been bringing people back here to kill. I wonder if it's just imprints of those who had been slain, or perhaps the ancient people who crafted the statue.
I have not seen any dragons. After a while, I figured it was how it worked. This place is full of souls, I suppose. Souls are made of many things. He sort of, he's trying to sound smart, but he doesn't like soul stuff. He knows how to move them and such, but what is a soul made from? That's a divine question. Suppose maybe parts of them have to be discarded. I haven't honestly paid that much attention to this part of the whole. The glances to the big magical ritual tablet ebbing with power. That was a lot more interesting to him.
Yes, this whole... It is beyond my care, which is her shortcut for it sounds like too much effort. Just sort of rapidly shakes her head, looks towards the huge ritual tablet and says, "Whatever your notes are, I will hear them later. I should resolve the rest. Also, if you have not been keeping track of the calendar of Harptos, winter is arriving."
He has not.
Winter is arriving, and the reckoning that was explained to me by Gildenfire, the Elder Gold Dragon. She says, "I'm not certain. There is no defined time. It could be another 5 years, it could be another 10, it could be tomorrow. We don't know and can't say. But if you continue to stay here, and I'm not opposed to it, I would ask you to consider what would happen if someone else arrived here. And I'm not just talking about Cicatrix."
He thinks for a moment. He has definitely looked out through the other portal.
I'm sure he fucking has, yeah.
been long enough. Don't think, but Manchun wasn't home at the time. Otherwise, they might have met. I think he sort of glances around at his like study nest, and I think he says, "I do miss the comforts." He feels like he looks like a slob, though no one else can tell.
Mhm.
As he glances around, he does like looking at powerful magic stuff, but I think at his heart, Novakri is a doer, not a studier so much. His approach to magic is usually, what if I just tried, not so much into the books and scrolls. He uses them because it lets him do more magical stuff, but I don't think he likes, like, he doesn't love research.
He's a sorcerer,
Yeah, he
not a
doesn't-
wizard.
Good then. I expect to see you back at your tower. By year's end, we can review your notes that you've taken, then.
The nudges. I will observe this new phenomenon for a little bit of this. But yes, then
The Green Dragon. Caster gaze towards the nook that the Eladrin has made, including the bathtub. Shakes her head. There are more important things to think about,
yeah, he's no
Uh,
druid.
and walks back through the portal.
Martin has waited. He's simply observing this weird statue. It doesn't look elven to him. Sort of has way too creepy of an elves usually elegant.
Green Dragon walks up near the Chosen of Sylvanas, and they really have been super near and close to each other
yeah.
for the past several months, because it's not like fucking Underdark is,
It's
can
cramped.
times be very cramped. Yeah. At times spacious when you're entering some sort of mushroom jungle forest.
Yeah.
With a Noma submarine.
And there's been lots of beautiful things in there too. Just
Yes.
most of them have sort of an air of horrifying.
Green Dragon says simply, there are changes happening inside, the full extent of which remains to be seen. But what we are doing here is having an effect, if nothing else, in having depopulated some of the aberrants beneath the surface.
Yeah, Novakri nods. There's no
Marte nods.
Martin nods. There's no doubt in his mind right now that this is, like, he doesn't know the full extent of what this is. But that doesn't. Emizuri to him has proven her ability and her wish to do what is right in the natural world, right? She's willing to do whatever it takes to protect it. And that is good enough. There's a trust there, right? At first it was sort of an adoration, but I think that has developed into more of a,
Oh, good. The infatuation is gone. The crush period is over. We survived that initial element of the relationship,
Yeah, a
that
little
hot
bit of
rush
the-
of.
yeah, the sort of the honeymoon period is sort of over.
Yeah.
Functional.
Great. Green Dragon rolls her body and says, "Then let us get back to it. I would like to be leaving this place and heading back to, at least before Basarek returns."
I think glances at the boxes. I suppose there's no need to bring them back.
No, if she sort of looks at the ground, and so the idea comes to her: have there been any signs that anyone else besides this group of super friends has entered this room?
No, it does not appear so.
Okay. She looks at the floor and says, "Yes, let them be a curiosity for anyone attracted by my summons to ponder over, for I will not explain
They do add a certain mystique. Good. Black metal sort of
it."
isolation boxes that have been unshackled, all facing the statue.
And this sort of eerie, horseshoe.
With a bunch
And,
of dead aberrant things. and withered up, and sort of to say that they really sort of crumble and desiccate. So,
Okay. Then she and Martine get to work opening up the rest, as they did the others, and resolving the creatures inside.
yeah, and I
Their
suppose
hordes screeching and flailing and like oily words and
tentacled wailing,
in deep speech that she's fluent in.
telling her that this, that my brain will be they will, and so forth, as she squishes it before it finishes. I mean, why even bother listening anymore? It's all the same.
Yeah. As if if she understands enough, their brain's not a part of the thing that's down there. That's
Very
great.
upset.
She wouldn't want that thing to know. Assuming it doesn't already. Probably doesn't. Let's not think about that. That's scary.
Well, this ritual, this whole thing was made possible by basically
Exactly.
the table scraps of
Yeah.
what they're doing down there.
Yeah. It has to know, right? That's scary if it just doesn't care. Ugh. That's not powerful enough, it says to itself.
Am I the ant on the anthill to it? How big does these? Yeah, I mean, if there is a place that could make us play Call of Cthulhu with epic tier characters, I guess that would be it.
Yeah.
Um,
It's a good thing I don't
Good.
have to go there. Phew!
Yeah,
oof,
I was
nothing
gonna say I'm
memorable.
good. You know what?
That arc had a satisfying ending already. The whole Underdark.
Dreads of the Dragon Coast.
Yeah.
The Underdark edition. Not
Mhm.
here. No coast down there. Well,
Problems solve
So-
themselves pretty often.
so we open up the rest of the boxes. We get screamed at and howled at and threatened, and we destroyed them as
Vanquish
we captured them originally.
and deal with them. After that, I suppose. Yeah.
Green Dragon lets out a few sighs. God, really feeling this fatigue because all the pressure has been on her body and mind still this entire year, and it has sucked.
And probably is. I'm looking forward to spending some time in the woods. Just
Green Dragon says,
on the surface.
"Yes, I will enjoy it as well. I have enjoyed the time we have spent together. What we have done was necessary for me, but also a way to defend this world, to hone the skills of my minions, whom I have had dealing with other affairs. Must remain ever vigilant against those from outside this realm. Still, I would rather be quite done with this for at least a spell."
It's sort of contemplative. And for a moment, well, he does this a lot, right? Long pauses.
And that's just our foundation of our relationship, long pauses.
It does make me feel like Sylvanas' wind, the natural world, speaks to me. But down there, things are different. This journey revealed to me, in a way that the war with Shadow never did, how much work there is to be done. Yet Sylvanas traditionally does not have person.
Well, Martine, in my lifetime, so many things have transpired that had never previously occurred in the history of Faerun or the planet Toril. What's to say another more can't be added to that list?
Well, nod. It seems like there's a use for it.
Yes, much like the Enclave, whom I have armed and motivated and focused from its internal squabbles and paralysis into a vibrant force, there will always be a need for them. Just because other deities have suffered defeats, there are still many more challenges, including those that do not adhere to the strictures and rules of our universe.
Simply not, again, accepting wisdom. And then his intention is to go rest. Right? He feels like they've done well. To some degree, he's gotten a new eye opener of, oh yeah, no, things are really messed up down there. But that's not something to deal with now. That's
No time. The tired chosen of Sylvanas and the drained green dragon, the sleepy green dragon, who wants to have a nice lay down and like some moss and leaves and like some delicious snacks like brought in from like Nathlek City. Like maybe like a massage or 2 or 17.
giant spring rolls and
Yes.
Oh my god, spring rolls the size of burritos.
right.
She shuffles out. She informs everyone, like her psionic operatives, deed's been done, and though they have dedicated themselves to the task of slaying aberrations, and part of their service to nature and specifically to her, she is thankful for their continued presence.
I mean,
And glad.
not specifically here for the aberrant.
Mm-hmm.
For very personal reasons. Right, yeah, and probably soon this pet fiend will be back. So
Yeah.
that's gonna make this a bit harder for adventurers seeking to invade. It certainly is a thing that most of them couldn't deal with.
Yeah, but you know, if nothing else, like it keeps Bassarak entertained too. It's really a way of her looking out for her dad.
Keep giving him like some visitation friends. Making it.
He's been so bored over there, like just.
Yeah.
Right.
The report you will get for Nova Creek, because he isn't gonna stay that long. He's creeped out. But he goes, you know what? Maybe I need to break too. Well, is that adding more doesn't seem like whatever bit of aberrant in here. It seems like to be minuscule amount of them, or like of that energy there is compared to what else is in there, right? And it'll drop into the sea. But as far as he could see, one thing really made him sort of leave or want to go, and that was that one of these humanoid figures sort of pushing itself against the wall. That's normal. It's happened many times. It happens almost all the time somewhere in the little sort of bubble, it seems, inside the silvery sea. But this time the figure was attacked from behind, had tentacles sort of wrapped around its smooth face, and was dragged backwards away from the as if the sort of mindless phantasm or whatever is in there was being attacked by something.
God, when you
And
think
that-
about it,
That made him very concerned, and he did not want to stay.
just imagine all these like low level like soul fragments from like the who knows how many like things this statue has eaten over like the lifetime of its existence. Then you inject all these like powerful like paragon tier, like if not like low epic like fragments that don't really belong to begin with into the statue.
Yeah, they're not souls; they're consciousness.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
And
well,
once Nova Cree
you
saw,
know what?
you know, you can imagine the horror movie, sort of someone pushing against the plastic screen, like scratching.
Yes,
at
I've
it,
seen that. Yes.
and then from behind, like grabbed and pulled backwards, right?
Uh-huh.
And you know, and he was taking a bath
Yeah,
at the
they're
time.
like grabbing
He was
for
soaping
it.
his
Yeah.
nails, and it happened right next to him, and he was like, "Ugh, no, I don't
I'm
need
sorry.
to."
Ew. Ugh.
It did give him this place
Look.
did give him a great time away from being detected by any Fae, though. Maybe he's been under the radar for a bit. But yeah, he's
Yeah,
happy
he
to
was
return,
eating his
return to
cookie,
his
you
gilded
know.
tower.
Okay. Yeah. Green
Well,
Dragon returns to the Golthandor region. Doesn't head for the Grand Temple of Malar. Like stays between like Naflex City and like the Grand Temple. Really just enjoying like the land and really the land up here.
Yeah.
All she worked to accomplish.
Yeah.
It's good.
Again, Montaigne prefers the woods to the temple anyway.
are they together? Are they hanging out?
So we spent months together. Like we
Yeah.
can have
Is
separation.
that a yes or no? It's you know.
I don't know. Green Dragon.
Yeah.
Like we get it. We are comfortable with long periods of silence with each other, so it doesn't matter
Yeah,
anyway.
not much distance. The difference to some degree. Montaigne is glad to be back though, and the woods can tell him the news of what's been going on. You know, that's nice. Yeah, but at this point we're reaching the end of the year. The final tally is plundered the Pirate Isle. Ritual is acting weird. No recruits returned home.
I mean,
Uh,
not a lot of plundering going on there.
Well, I mean, people did it. It just didn't go in the communal coffers.
Yeah.
But
Ships.
at this point, where was the Cicatrix? Cicatrix, do you remember?
She was on a
would've been,
balcony having
Oh
just
yes.
she had just finished a speech, had just walked back inside to the like a building, and went poof.
She's been spending maybe like the last month without anyone visiting. Really, they seem to be done. She's had the books though.
Oh.
Study, and at some point,
No,
one of the little clockwork things will appear, and say, "Your case has been processed. You have 3 decades, of Haptos time to resolve the current schism. Then or at least at that time, your case will be re-reviewed by a board of judges. You will be delivered back from whence you came unless you have another location in mind." Location in mind here is in the multiverse. Or like in the multiverse, but like in the planes, right? Do you want to go to like the plane of water? They'll put you somewhere in there.
Okay, no. I was gonna say yes. I would like to be in Westgate or in my bed or whatever,
mean
but
anything to them.
no, I don't. Yeah.
Yeah. They will put you
no,
roughly back
sure.
where you came from.
Would have been a great way to escape like a terrible fight, though. you just poofed to God jail.
Yeah.
Yeah. You pop back someone's house after that. Yeah. You will appear back on the balcony.
Right behind Manchun, who's looking out at his new empire.
Oh no, he's not there. He's in Zambia, right? Well, you were too, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm in Zambia. I'm on the balcony in
Or
Zambia.
rather, you will be behind whoever the person
Capital.
Manchun has doing it,
Oh yeah.
and then Manchun is behind you. Further in the darkness of the room.
Yeah, the vizier.
But yeah, Vesicatrix reappears in the room.
Yeah.
And now she feels how stale that place was. No ventilation ever. And
Yeah.
now she's hungry
think,
and tired.
There's
And-
definitely. Oh my god. Does she like feel the hunger for a year? No.
No, not for a year. Just like
Okay, I was gonna say
for,
that
for like a
would be the
couple
worst.
days without having. More importantly, though, all that it doesn't matter because her mind, like she has been in constant. It's like a migraine, like a
Yeah.
draw on her, just constantly pulling and twisting, and that's finally over. Not only that, but her being back on the ritual plane, or sort of on the material plane, means that her soul's no longer being drawn and tucked here. You know, and that's a weight off the shoulder. Yeah, she's hungry, she's tired, maybe a little bit frustrated, but also just, whew, not a constant reminder of the. And I mean, Emizur would be instantly aware as well that things are happening with the ritual, right? Bring that back.
Ah, finally.
What does she do when she's back? I mean,
Well, I think just like for a little bit, she just stands sort of like weirdly still, right? Taking in a world that is not Gears. Like, a year usually is not a long time unless you haven't been able to leave or do anything really other than study, an ancient annoying language that you hate. I think she just takes in everything. And basically calls for the commanding officer, or whatever they call them, to give a status report.
it's a bit like, yes, you've returned. Gets up
Yeah.
from the chair in the office, just summons people, and like in an hour there's a briefing.
Oh no, yeah. It's very much, brush off the non-existent dust from
You know,
my cloak.
Whoever it is probably tries to take most of the credit for whatever's been going on. That's usually how it goes. With your people, right? Credit matters a lot. So
Yeah.
this person was
Do I
definitely.
know
very
Manchun
involved.
is here?
I don't think so.
Would he present himself?
Not immediately, no. Not at a meeting like that.
Okay.
He would be personally and later.
No, just later. Like,
Yeah. Eventually he would.
Yeah,
he would
okay.
report.
all right.
Fascinated, but dealt with. Bakers. Yeah. The Pirate Isle has been brought in. Comerian influence is growing. They're more powerful than ever, and so are we, really.
Yeah.
Time to learn about the rebranding and give what orders.
Yeah, I think for now she's going to take in some, see the information and how things are going. She's not going to immediately change what has been set up here.
Yeah.
Also because, like, if this works, she's fine with leaving it like that. She will, however, set to the Pirate Isles.
Just to look around.
She'll scry on her orb.
Scry on the orb. Yeah, it's down deep in the sea.
All right.
Big crag and down some black void filled space. Tons of pressure.
Oh no! Don't be sucked into the.
Moving around down there.
Yeah. She'll basically try to. I gotta see here. Let's look at rituals for a bit. Surely there's a locate object, right? View location. No, that's not the one. Well, I mean, yes, but. Oh, I guess there's no locate object.
View object?
Yeah, oh no, yeah, she can definitely see it. Like, she has that ritual, but I'm just trying to figure out, like, I guess it would take a while to find it.
To get it.
Yeah, she'll send out her Stirhawken as well, to cover more.
Yeah.
Well, land. Other than that, she probably also just enjoys, being in her element, swimming, and not being stuck in a gear world. catch some exotic fish or whatever. Normally, she like food is just for sustenance, but she might actually enjoy it now. It has been a while, and calls for a little more of a fancy meal.
I think we can probably just say that your well, they'll be next year. Your I think your aquatic people have been busy, but you know, if you don't do a lot next year, they will be down trying to retrieve.
Yeah, cool.
Doing several expeditions, like finding it, talking to the people. If there is, and fighting whatever sea monster.
Yeah, of course she'll tell them the description of the area. But
Yeah.
it is quite
Big sea.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
they
There's
can be
blue,
spending their time
there's
doing that.
dark sea,
Will
there's a
she,
coral.
Will she return to the ritual plane?
Well, I mean, she'll have to go all the
You'll
way
have to go
back
to
to
Westgate.
Westgate. Yeah.
Is that not a concern?
No, I think she would after having said this, because she's in the area anyway, right? I think she'll start
Over winter.
moving, again by sea probably.
Swimming or
Back
by
home.
boat?
Hmm?
Swimming or by boat?
Swimming. I think.
Yeah, why not? Nice.
Well, yeah, again, getting to move, she's a better swimmer than she is a flyer, so.
Yeah, it's probably also now that she's back, she'll learn that, oh yeah, no, all the other gods were absent for a year. And, been a year. And,
Well, she knew that Asmodeus was,
Mhm.
right? She got she ratted out those people asking questions. But yeah, definitely. It's a little sad that she didn't get to be in this time of no gods intervening, but guess
Yeah.
that's how it goes. And yeah, I mean, it'll take a while, I suppose, to get back from the Pirate Isle area to Westgate.
A bit. Fast. Have to stop. Swim.
I was gonna say, when she's swimming, she can just, eat food along the way. It's very efficient. Efficient.
So certainly it takes longer for people than for a boat might be. Only if you have good wind and you're going the right direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, she can make it back. I mean, things are good in Westgate, really. They're under control, Policing went well. Cormier's expansion and sort of power has been good.
Yeah, she'll do the same. Go there, ask for it, like, briefing, how's it going, what's going on, and
Black Network
then
is thriving now that Netheril has broken, because a lot of those people are ready to join a new organization. So it's really spreading out across.
And how is Cassell, like, she managing a tight ship here in West?
No, I mean, it has its vampire secret elite, right?
Yeah.
Then it has the Black Dragons, who certainly can't hide. Sure. But, yeah, no, I mean, no gang is strong enough to threaten, like, the final tally, even, not even close. They do whatever they want, really, and people got to deal with it.
Yeah. Well, you know what? That is what she's here for. She's the governor of Westgate.
Mm.
And she gets to call that. Alright, well, when that is done, also, where is my token stuck on a Mechaners?
Yeah, your token is
You're back! Hey!
It's because I'm gone. Oh, hey!
Back.
Yeah,
You're here. It's
Westgate. Yeah, she'll go from a portal.
Alright, yeah. She will appear in the ritual plane.
There's a bathtub.
No, that has been moved. Took it home with her.
Oh, okay, thank
But
God.
there's signs, right? That like she looks around and it's the equivalent of finding like a candy wrapper or something, you know. It's clear someone has been here.
Ugh.
And probably a faint smell of very fancy perfume.
I was gonna say, first thought, Death King, and then
Nova
What?
Cree.
yeah,
Yeah.
she did study under Nova Cree for a bit,
Yeah. Yeah, it's his taste, definitely. Beyond
There's
that,
a
I mean,
very
beyond that,
deep
Manchun
side.
would of course tell her like, oh yeah, Emissouri totally went through the portal.
Yeah, oh yeah.
We'll put that aside.
Yeah, but she even brought her subordinate here.
And then we have that moment where like she's been in here for a long time. Like she's gotten
Oh,
so
no,
used
yeah.
to the weird faces pushing up against
She
themselves.
doesn't even see them.
And then suddenly she looks over to something that just seemed weird for a moment there. And then we see again like a figure, and almost more frantic than before. Like normally it's sort of just like a passive, like a statue slowly gliding through. But this one is sort of actively pushing its hands against the silvery wall as, again, multiple things from behind sort of wrap around it and pull it back in. There's no sound or anything. It's just that sort of silvery liquid.
So,
forming
my
it.
understanding of this whole plane thing is that, like, the silvery liquid is sort of souls or something like that?
Yeah, you could make that assumption.
Right. So, would Resikisix think that these are basically thinning the barrier by slowly eating the souls?
So she doesn't have the context for what's happening, right?
No, yeah. that's
But
true.
we as the audience would see that this is like before there was one of these things, but it seems like whatever is in there has multiplied.
Yeah, alright. She'll, note that for later. That is not supposed to be there. And then she will look at the ritual or anything been tampered with, any changes in even if she doesn't understand them, she certainly has imprinted what they look like.
I think she
The
feels like
symbols.
something is different, but she can't put her finger.
Oh, that's the worst.
Like what she has found out is still true.
Right. Also, is this one research the one I got in the plane of Mechanus, or
What?
The one that's here.
yeah?
Yeah, I believe it is.
Okay, good.
I'll put a second one here because you now speak, or like at least to some degree, to recognize.
I was gonna
both
say
words.
there's no speaking saying, there's only reading.
Yeah. So that's
Oh,
it,
great.
you know, you can do new research roles next year.
Yeah. Well, it is over, right?
Yeah, I mean, yes, by definition.
Yeah, alright. I think that she'll immediately go out. And there'll be that, like, she goes to leave and she looks and she's like, should I leave it? But then it's like, no, I need to talk with the missionary.
Well, this is a little while after you have returned, actually. You returned
Yeah.
first and went to Pirate. So I think we can probably jump back in time a little bit here too. I mean, Missouri basically getting that feeling on her thing, on her like bed of moss, that finally, things are back to how they used to be.
Yes.
And probably also, like, Martin just looks to Missouri. He doesn't know that if she knows, but he knows that the gods are back.
In that case, there's no words that need to be shared between them. They just share a knowing look with each other, because that's the kind of relationship they have without words.
And then we zoom to Nova Cree's tall tower, him looking out there to the woods. Yeah, he knows they're together.
No, he doesn't. Missouri
Yeah.
would never spend time as such a bore.
That's true.
No.
Alright.
And he also doesn't know about any ritual, like any gods. Like he doesn't care.
No.
No gods, no kings, only Novakri. But around the realms, certainly, you know, the gods coming back is massive. People are beginning to give up hope. Humans and all. As people curse them for leaving, or beg them for forgiveness for things they did while they were gone, or, you know, the reactions are many and varied. That's going to be going on this winter. Beyond that, the news will quickly spread that most of the Chosen are no longer chosen. They have, you know, their job was done. They fought in a great struggle against other Chosen, and that's done now. So the power has been withdrawn. Martaine has lost power too. Not all of it, though. It seems he's been left the power he had, or rather that he gained from the Chosen of Umberlee. Meaning he's still a Chosen of Sylvanas, he's just not sort of double imbued anymore. Whatever power that was seems to have been resolved into the main Sylvanas body. Beyond that, there's a new hierarchy of gods, and there's a lot more of them. As many of the ones that had chosen or had divine power and various rights are reawakened and reinvested as divine beings.
What about Mistra?
No.
Yes.
No. Mistra magic is mainly wild. The weave is not broken and torn apart, but also not really fixed, so it's full of holes, which means that wild magic is going to be a lot more frequent in the realms. And that wizards having weird accidents happen uncontrollably is the future.
Yeah, I mean, only good things.
A lot of wild sorcery going on.
How does Martaine feel about still having some, like, power invested in him? Like, surprised? Remorseful that he did not slay more Chosen to be even more powerful? Like, contemplative? Relief? Okay.
And maybe he's a little bit surprised that he is relieved. Part of him always knew. Well, Sylvanas always let him know, basically, that his time is limited, right? He's not here to... Sylvanas doesn't really do this thing. He blesses like a giant tree to give the best acorns. And that's sort of his gift to the world. But I think Martaine has succeeded in some degree to change a bit of the nature of...
Oh, damn. Hi there. Welcome back home.
Well, you know, let's not use up too much on that. Well, I guess there's no reason for me to tell about Martaine's current position in the divine hierarchy.
Yeah, that sounds great.
At the moment. Ugh.
Damn, Albert's phone is loud. All right. See you soon.
Welcome back.
Sorry about that, you two. That was a phone call I didn't even get a chance to mute my microphone for.
Well, I've had a couple every now and then too.
Yeah.
Just it's why we started a little late. So that it's fine. It's good. As I was saying, yes, Martaine is relieved. Also, a bit surprised that he is. He always knew Sylvanas doesn't really do this thing, and always thought that he could return when he was done with this chosen. He got the calling, right? He got the power. He'd go home to Silverymoon and be sort of famous as the guy who was the chosen of Sylvanas and could now enjoy, you know, his true passion for like Elven theater or the harp. Or,
Ugh.
Right.
You know,
I remember him communicating that stuff to me.
and It's just that he can't. And he's getting to the point where he accepts that he couldn't go back.
Mhm.
What he's experienced, what he's done, what he's seen, means that he couldn't go back to it. He would be bored, honestly, with the theater, with the slow movement, with the lack of doing anything meaningful. And so the idea that he has been granted by Sylvanas almost like as a reward, right? For what he has done, for what he accomplished. The ability to continue to do something is a relief to him.
Right. He does not have to sink himself like so fully into the boredom that he now sees his previous life being compared to what he's lived.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. He,
Okay.
Well, he is coming to terms with the fact that he has changed as a person.
Cool. All right. Well, Green Dragon is going to trust him to get a sense of how like the Divine Order is now, of like rankings and like the list of new gods and like any sort of like other appearances there might be in nature. Green Dragon will rely on him for that. But this winter, before the spring equinox in chess, she is going to get up from that bed, particularly since she no longer feels a burden on her, and spur the Enclave into mustering up and organizing, and fully shifting over to the west in preparation for marching into the Giants Front Mountains. As was foretold last year, and as she basically gave them the year off to recover from whatever and then prepare for this. This is the time now.
Beyond that, there's also another visit who will have to track her down, I suppose.
I imagine
just,
so.
Just know. But eventually, someone will inform her at least that Phaedron around.
Yeah, that's fine. Probably be a grove somewhere where the two end up catching each other.
Yeah. Polite as ever. Complimenting her fine trees. And saying that his lord, Araxos, has been brought into her service. That his lordship is amused by this turn of events as much as he can be by anything, though part of him believes it to be a fake plot. Yeah.
When will he be arriving?
He can arrive soon, if that is Emissary Dietrich's wish. He has been, basically brought into her service.
Yeah, like part of the deal was like release him from your service, and he is now mine.
He is still, he still follows his dark lady, but yeah, the reins have been handed over.
And the Green Dragon says, "Yes, I have not beheld him for over a century, and if Tilraxos is to fit what I desire, then a conversation with him, multiple, is imperative. Not because you can't hold the words, but because dragons and non-dragons are different."
Bows deeply and says, "Of course, lady. It shall be my utmost pleasure to fetch him."
She says, "Listen, the scraping and fawning that you do, you're his servant, not mine. Yes?"
As a matter of fact, as his servant, I follow him wherever I go, and my allegiance is to him and him alone. However, as his current patron, I would show you the utmost.
Ah. The green dragon like tilts her head, like wondering how she could use that to her advantage. Decides that she can't at this moment and says, "Very well then. I will be in the western part of this forest. When he arrives, we will doubtlessly find each other."
Give another bow. Yeah. You will leave. To presumably bring to Waxos.
Like she shakes her head. Like, one thing she did on this was dealing with fairies. Like, the Wormhill that she moved out of the Head of the Summer Fae, like Amrath, Fromrin, and all of like the Winter Fae shit that appeared as soon as like Tilraxos like left the group because he got spirited away. Didn't miss that at all.
Waxos is a very lawful dragon who has lived with the Fae for a very long time. You know, it's been a long journey for her.
Yes.
Um,
These are concerns the Green Dragon has given as well. Like, how I remember this Blue Dragon will not be the same as like what I encounter because these people have been warped by the Fae somehow, some way.
yeah. We can perhaps just cut to like a clearing, I suppose.
Yeah, clearing seems reasonable enough.
His coming is heralded by a storm, ice and snow. Many would notice it as unusually cold, bleak. And Emissary, of course, would know what this means, right? And anyone of great power would realize that this is a Fae construct, a passing over members of the court. The kind of storm that, if you got lost in it as a child, you would never find your way home. Rather become a foundling somewhere. World. Bring the planes close to you. In the snow here, as it falls, once more, Phaedron would step out the grove and into the faint light. Probably is like a pale sunlight. Doesn't really give off a lot of heat. It shines through the heavy cold clouds. As stepping into the grove comes a large blue dragon. In size, almost as big as Emissary. Natural power. Certainly blue, certainly crackling with the lightning that's expected. Eyes are steel. Many of his scales are either blackened, as if covered in some sort of inky liquid shadow, or half from them like long spines of icy crystals that seem to in places pierce into under the scales, sort of constantly stabbing him as he moves. Little trickles around them of dried sort of black blood can be seen, though it does not seem to bother. It's probably remarkable how foreign this creature feels. She perhaps expected to have a recognition, but if she did not know that this was Tilraxos, she could be forgiven for not recognizing. His time in the Fae has been harrowing. It has only steeled his resolve, his belief that to be powerful, to be strong, is the only way he can accomplish something. But he has been given the same sort of trials that Martaine had to endure for a week, for years, for decades. Tricks until they got bored with his stern behavior, until he did something once more to make himself seen. Only followed more of them. The Lord of the Thunder Court walks in, see Emissary Librathyr. His first words will be cold. You'll forgive me if I do not bow. Looks at her. The pride was always prevalent in the dragon. Clearly still there. He contemplates the idea of service to one of his siblings.
There's a long quiet. The green dragon is searching, seeking for outward, like, visual signs of recognition and not finding them in the shape and contours of the body, and reflects on whether she appears in the same fashion to those that knew her from ever so long ago.
The sleek, cat-like sort of predator.
Uh-huh.
Compared to the
From the
more
roly-poly,
rotund sort of-
corpulent body.
Yeah.
Says, that is fine. Tilraxos, if that is what you still prefer to be called.
A longer moment. You changed your name.
It befit who I was, who I am now, instead of who I used to be.
I. It has been a long time. I hardly recognize. It suits you. He is hard to read. Not in that he is like a good liar, clearly. Thoraxus never really was. But his features are somewhat muted. Imagine he's slightly frozen all the time. Sort of turns slightly, rolls his big shoulders. How are the others?
They are not. After the second lethargy hit, Varistrix tunneled deep into the dark depths. With the changes that have happened in the ritual over all this time, ones that I have felt upon my body of late, and what I've come to learn about the ritual since, I suspect he has fallen. Though it is notable that we, unlike what Basarek taught us ever so long ago, are not dead for it. Velignith has risen to become really the one who most followed into the void that you left with your absence. He is the consort of Tiamat and has worked to revive her and bring her onto Faerun. He established a fane for all of Dragonkind to work together and cooperate, as we were forced. He has since taken his own personal presence and those of his own servants east, controlling the nation of Chesenta as it wars with Dragonborn from Timanther who would slay all dragons. I myself no longer dwell just beyond the Serpent Valley. I am here in this region, close to where the ritual site is, and I keep a watch over nature against threats from without and within. we have encountered other dragons Yaffle experimented on before she encountered our broken eggs. One currently serves the other in Baldur's Gate. His name and status are irrelevant. The other is an older dragon, one who goes by the name Recicatrix. Among other things, she has slain a very potent black dragon who styled himself as the Black Dread, for whatever that means, and also defeated and claimed victory over the Chosen of Umberlee a few years prior. That is how the others are. One having fared little better than you did. One off fighting dragonborn for dragons. And myself, mostly as I've always been. How do you fare, Tilraxos?
Many of the words you speak to me make little sense. I've been gone for a long time. Glances for a moment. Suppose there wouldn't happen to be accumulated profits of a tavern 100 years ago.
Green Dragon squints and says, I could not say. After your departure, the minions that were in your service also departed. I suppose, given the lifetimes of dwarves, that those who followed you once could still be alive. But I could not say whether they are in this region. There has been much warfare throughout the land.
Mind. I have tamed corner of the face.
You're cutting out a little, Manikai.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Just check.
I think it's just like a voice like activation detection, like sensitivity thing.
I'll try to speak a bit louder then. I have tamed out of Fae. My strength has moved them. They have resisted me at every chance, and at every turn. I've earned the favor. I've proved my strength again and again. They have not gotten the best of me. With a perhaps like a bit of a little more aggressive spitefulness than perhaps is really warranted or called for. I've proven that nothing will get between me and my goals. And if Malignant has conquered a country, then it is little more than I will do. My court is at my beck and call. And although I have had little chance to build a horde, that too will come timers. Glances through immiserated with you. The unspoken fact that he is told to follow her commands still between. I have struggled. But from that struggle has come strength. Sounds like the same has been true for the rest of you. It is good that you have not perished without me.
There was hardship without you, Tilraxos. But at least for Velignith and myself, we had each other that we could trust given the necessities of the ritual.
There's a moment there of fatigue in the dragon, right? In the steel heart, the empathyless machine that's been turned into by his dark powers. There's a pause, right? He doesn't say anything, but it's clear that was not true for him. He did not have anyone. And that has probably become quite ingrained in the way he does things. They're constantly on guard.
We struggled for a time, not just with our survival, with the winter fae that arrived after your departure, not having been compelled to come here and complicate your life, only to discover you were not here, and they were nevertheless compelled to remain. We also struggled with how we were to reach you and remove you from the court of the Winter Fae, so that we could be together, as we were from the start. She tilts her head. It took over a century. I found a method.
He looks at her, and it's not clear to us if he knows exactly what she did, but he knows the magnitude of what she did. And there's a grudging respect there. To cause so much suffering, so much destruction and pain in the name of his mistress is something that clearly delighted her enough to bring him here. I mean, each of his level ups has basically been having to do something like that of escalating power. And I think he will sort of focus away from that and focus more on the previous statement. You know, of him being gone. I was made to humor them. They wanted me to play their game, politics, bond, and dance, Phaedron would. My refusal did not allow for my return.
I have been upset and worried about your loss and what fates would befall you beyond my ability to influence. I was right to have those worries, I see. But I am also glad I placed trust in your strength and the knowledge that so long as you live, you would get stronger and prevail.
He rises up and stretches his wings, right, shaking a few ice crystals off of there. He hasn't flown a lot lately, really. But you know, he is sizable, and he's proud of what he's become. Some as he stretches, some of the icy spines sort of stab him a little bit more. He does not sense, or he does sense the pain, but it does not bother him anymore. Constant. His mistress's blessings are always painful. Even back then they were. Sort of moves down again. Powerful I've become, as have you. And it sounds as Velignith. He lets it linger. His relationship with Velignith was never.
Yes, that fight.
Yeah, it somehow, pitiful as it were, between two prideful dragons, it's still there. The note of Velignith being powerful too is there's a challenge there of who is the stronger.
Like myself, he was forced to grow stronger in your absence. And he reveled in his unchecked, chaotic destruction without any order that could be brought. He has been counterbalanced by the necessities of time. But Tiamat, the Dark Lady, is a goddess of strife, and that always lurks within him.
Yeah. It will take time for me to gain my bearings. Like, it feels not like home anymore.
You will have your time, Tilraxos. I desire you in this region, for soon this ritual will be coming to an end, perhaps by Yathel's latest form actually reaching the ritual site. Soon the yoke, the burden that this Zulkir of divination, this Thayan archwizard, placed upon us when she had Hell recreate us and then bargained with them as part of her scheme, will be at an end. When that is done, Tilraxos, I have no command for you, for my desire, when I acted with your goddess, was to set you as free as you can be. I do not wish power over you, and I would actively fight anyone who tried to hold it against you.
As would I. As have I. Yes. But taken a pride, he has never bowed. He has never kneeled or fawned. And it has cost him most of his time and strength. But at some point, they got bored of the torture and moved on until the next time he refused them. That is the impression I want to give here of what he has a steel resolve and a little bit of a delusion of grandeur, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, he is a powerful sort of dread knight, Fey, Thunder Cold Dragon at this point.
Yes.
Not unwarranted.
Once this situation with Yaffle and the ritual, once that is resolved in our favor, there are many curiosities I could see you pursuing upon this plane with which you are ill familiar these days. I could even suggest the nation of Termish, for example, has been ruled by an older blue dragon styling himself the Dragon King of Termish, and the land has fallen into chaos and disruption. He seems ill-suited for law. He does not seem sufficiently strong to keep his own land safe.
Praxis, again, is looking at Emissary sort of a little skeptically. He remembers a dragon who likes to get others to do his, do her work for her. It would almost seem like you're doing something for my sake. And I think he might even begin speaking her old name before.
She
The
says,
idea.
I removed you from your frost. I thawed you collectively for our sake. But the future Yours is what you will build of it. Whether that's in establishing your horde far from the Dragon Coast, or whether it's in Termish, does not bother me. For I will not fight you on this matter. I would sooner, if you sought to oppose me, simply release you from my service and bade you go back to the Winter Fae.
He looks at there. Relaxes his first thought when it comes to threats is always to dare people to just do it. But he holds himself. But I will find a place suitable. But this place was my. I have had enough of Fae.
She says, if it is arid mountains you seek, there are plenty. South among the Osround Mountains, though that does infringe upon Anglispark, the Dragon King of Termish. There are, of course, the Giants Run Mountains, wholly unoccupied, now that the giants that once dwelled there have been erased. All lingering giants are now beneath the ground.
Alright, that sounds good to him. Remember a throne. Thunder.
Yes, that does still exist, though I have not beheld it in decades. There are no giants up there. The throne remains intact and empty.
Yeah, I think that pleases him well enough. I suppose that is where I will be.
Good. Suitably high. The highest I know you desired. And also suitably close to the valley we emerged from so many years ago. The Green Dragon had considered just basically pitching Naflex City to this Telraxos, but she doesn't think that Naflex City would survive this Telraxos.
Yeah.
He's
only grown rougher and harder.
Yeah.
Demands. The Fae under him have a worse time than he has under other Fae.
It's because it's not so much like a desire for icy law that he wants to bring, and he seems to be totally ill-suited to take any of their appreciations for dragons into consideration.
Yeah, he wants dominion.
Yeah. And he,
Cruel.
Cruel, just like the Winter Fae are. Just like fairies are, really.
Well, his power comes from inflicting pain upon himself as a sacrifice to his goddess, or upon others as a sort of a general commandment.
She says, the only Fae I know of anywhere in this region are to the southwest, where the descendants of the Red Banner host still ride. Certainly no one that could come close to your strength.
Once served court, they will be made to again. I shall have Phaedron. He likes
If you
the idea of
desire.
minions.
Yeah.
You know.
If there is any other information you desire, I can provide, now or in the coming 10 days. Though our ritual will soon be at an end, there is still time to bring you up with what current events are here, and how they might impact you, and how you might impact them.
Yeah, I mean, Solexus is going to need time to
Yeah.
absorb 100 years of history that he wasn't really
Yep.
here for. So, you know, he has his own stories of sort of Game of Thrones-y backstabs and betrayals and horrible punishments and whatnot. I don't think he will share them, though.
Yeah,
I don't
and
think
the
they'll
Green
do it
Dragon wouldn't like force them out of him. Yeah, like Green Dragon can like spend like time condensing about like 90% of events that have happened until Raxus is gone into like a crash course of like here's the major and minor players in this region, and then like in like the bubble like surrounding us.
Yeah, I mean, last time he was here, the spell plague was just really beginning to spread. So, and now it's gone and done with. So, good news. But it is a whole different world. It
Absolutely
is a creature
is.
out of time. Let's
And
stick
he
with
is
here.
a whole different character.
Here, but- that is where he will, he's going to stick around for a while, just to learn, like, and hear. But at some point, he will wish to just go up there and send Phaedron out as his, and actually summon some of his own Fae. He does have a he's a she lord, so he does have some like Fae minions basically.
Wait,
Alright.
sorry.
What is it, Barry?
If he was so powerful, why was he an ice statue?
Because you are less powerful than the Queen of Air and Darkness.
Powerful deity. And
Yeah.
he, as a blackguard of the Queen of Air Darkness, gains his divine given power as a reward for suffering pain for her. So he suffers, and in return he gains the power to make others suffer, which she finds amusing. So that's the
So he wins.
yeah. That's
Yeah, that's
she's
the way
very
we're
Yeah.
looking at it. Yeah.
Ah.
He was promised her
alright.
service as a deal that presumably his progenitors made, that his egg would be
So-
theirs.
If she wants him to suffer, and he's like, I want to gain power to inflict suffering upon others by serving you, which causes myself to suffer, then that's how the cycle is. So when she says, you're now an ice statue,
He's
he
like,
thirsty
"Oh,
freezes.
that sucks,
Yeah.
and that really hurts, and it's painful and terrible." He's like, "Yes, it's
Imagine
very
all the
funny.
power I'm gonna get from this.
very funny. Very funny to me for now." And then she forgot about him for a bit.
Yeah.
He hasn't been an ice
Yeah.
statue the whole time, so lots of different
Yeah.
punishment.
Give me a few moments before Versicatrix fucking like it ends up having her conversation with me airing. I gotta return a phone call real quick. That has to
No
happen now.
problems.
I'm sorry.
No problem. Yeah, I just think, man, that seems like a shitty deal. Like, I understand that he's gaining power, but could have been out here doing that power living himself,
Yeah.
Instead of
I mean, that's
being
the
stuck
that's
as an ice
the, that's
statue.
the Dark Fae, right? Their queen
Yeah.
is all about being entertained, and she's a horrible sort of masochist who enjoys watching others suffer, because to her pain isn't real, and so it's eternally fascinating to see it in others. Hence all the Dark Fae make it cruel and terrible all the time. And so a
Yeah.
blackguard of her, sworn to her, sort of on a soul-bound level, of course is going to be able to do absolutely.
No, yeah, I mean, if nothing else, you're gonna want to punch someone after suffering so much.
And in return, for doing well, he gets attention. And her attention is literally power, right? When her eye is upon him and he's doing something mighty, he's powerful. And beyond that, her favor also makes him rise up in the hierarchy of the Fae, which means that he controls other people. Because anyone below you in that hierarchy, you can sort of tell what to do. He's not at the bottom. He's certainly
Right.
earned a lot of respect. Now, the Fae are full of mega powerful sort of arch Fae creatures from the beginning of time or whatever.
Yeah, I was gonna
and-
say, who's been there forever?
Yeah, and they don't like that a dragon has been pushing up, right? They didn't like it back then. They don't like it now. So they, of course, make life really difficult for Tilwexos. It's just that he doesn't like their methods, they can't really get to him.
Right, that's a challenge, not
Yeah.
a setback.
They back then, when he was not yet Paragon, they told him to just like know his place, and he stood up and told them off in front of everyone, openly and defiantly. And since then, there's been an enmity there that's not really going to go away. Now, luckily, as being powerful Fae, they also are very fickle. Their minds are constantly shifting, so they got to deal with some other stuff. But whatever minions they tell to go make his life miserable, they can't stop until they're done or done for.
Right, yeah.
So,
That sucks for everyone, except the queen, who was having a
And
grand old
used,
time.
yeah.
So
well, for a moment before she's bored with it and has to look elsewhere, always escalating whatever she.
yeah,
But then you send a
Yeah.
horrible death plague into the Summer Fae. That's funny. That's amusing. That's nice to see. So she's amused by that.
that
for a
might have
bit.
been like 3 minutes of laughter, and that's
Yeah,
incredible.
It's
right?
but that's how she functions. And soon she'll be like, "Oh, that's old
Yeah.
news. New thing. Next thing. What's next?
Mhm.
Next new thing. More, always more."
Just
And the thing is, she's so eternally powerful that, this whole place is manifested. Part of her.
yeah, it's just man,
Yeah.
that's not the one I would choose to serve.
Well, I mean, he was sort of promised into it from by his ancestors.
Yeah, that's true. I
And he
mean,
had power. He could charge things and rip them apart. Still can, right? Yeah, he has to damage himself to do it, but
you know,
damages.
well,
You should see the other
who
guy.
am I
Right.
truly to judge?
Wouldn't
A powerful
would
black
Resegatrix
dragon
do
who
it? To
who has
get out of
gained
it
her
for-
own power. No, she has been offered to be the chosen of Shar.
True.
She will not be anyone's bus boy or girl.
Well, if he keeps
No.
rising in the hierarchy, eventually he'll be on the top.
Well, under the queen still.
Yeah, but that ambitious beyond a greater god is a discussion for a different time.
You enter the divine ranks and suddenly you think that like I'm the one who gets to be at the top of the food chain.
No, I mean, Vasilisic's not gonna punch all the gods. That's fine. Well, I guess he has to punch one god since he is a god killer. Will be.
I mean, yeah, that's your destiny.
But
All
I'm
right.
just saying,
Anyway, apologies for that again. I should be good for the rest
No
of
problem.
our session.
I was just saying that I think that Tilrex has got a bad deal, and that's it.
He didn't have a choice from the start, really.
Yeah.
There was a time when he was
Yeah.
basically like, hide me,
He was.
and
Like that was the first several sessions. Like I don't want to get involved. Like
Yeah.
when those
So-
mercenaries arrived, like, hey, you want to go join out the Red Banner host? Like, no, don't tell them anything.
Yeah.
it didn't last. Does she inform Malignant of anything?
Yeah, I think so. She'll send a far sending to Valigneth. She'll say, I have retrieved Tilraxos from the Fey realm. He is no longer in Aural's service, but mine. He dwells upon the giant throne. That's 25 words or less.
I'm gonna just believe you on that. Count them. The response will be there. I would say. Good. I will be there. I have a proposal. And for you.
Like she hears that and she snorts. What could it be, right? Who could it say?
Join me in the war.
I mean, destruction in like Tiamat's desires could be found anywhere, especially since she's going to be back too, along with all the other
Yeah.
gods. And no, could be the undead stone giant, could be the dragonborn, could be we raid the Lich Lord of like Fae? Like, he doesn't know. She doesn't know. Okay. So yeah. Goes back to organizing the Emerald Enclaves, which it is, preparing for like the spring equinox, when these druids are gonna go to these damn Giants Run mountains.
Then Resigatrix has been in
Just against a call.
the visual plane, and
Yeah, she'll yeah,
visit.
I guess she'll just speak.
This green dragon is not anywhere remotely near. Like rather
Yeah.
the Sending Stone is inside a portable hole, which is not accessible to
Right.
the
It
green
just
dragon.
not work.
Yeah, just doesn't work. The green dragon's level 28. She ain't fucking dealing with Sending Stone anymore.
Yeah, alright. She'll use sending, I suppose. I'll open up a document again. Count words. No, yeah, I mean, what happened with the ritual chamber? That's only 6 words.
That was a waste.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the only. Like, I mean, she's not. She's mad. she's angry. And so maybe, what happened with the ritual chamber? Where are you?
Well, the where are you could be answered just by the ring.
That's true.
Like, she would be, like, in this region where I've put her, like, currently. As for the response, let me type this out.
Actually, you don't have to. I
No
think
sending?
she'll teleport.
Alright.
Like she starts that sending, man. It's like, where are you? And she's like, oh no, yeah, my magic items work again. She'll she'll blow up there. Whoops.
The green dragon is on the outskirts of like the forest here, just having dealt with like a group of like rangers and having like conversations with them about affairs. And as they like meld back into the trees, green dragon sort of like whips her head to like look as like the black dragon materializes adjacent to her. Body tenses up, expecting to have it like an immediate fight. Then slowly relaxes.
What happened with the ritual? What was done? It has changed. Somehow, it has changed. You were there. Your servant was there. What happened?
I thought you were dead. My apologies for intruding upon your lair. I found my
He
own
nods.
entrance, so as not to do it again.
Seriously, Claw, this is not important right now. She needs to know.
Also, I don't appreciate you vanishing without having informed me, and taking Yaffle with you, considering the toll that it places upon the other dragons. But I suppose you didn't have a choice once you accepted the god of murder into you.
No, I can assure you it was not in my plan to be out of commission for a year in a place where I could not do anything at all.
Then I will not press that matter further. That seems a suitable enough punishment for the pain it brought me. There's
There's
a
a narrowing of
relaxing...
the eyes.
There's a relaxing of, like, the green dragon, like, not having to fight. There's a very clear frustration. As for what happened with the ritual, I am not of the arcane, and only recently learned you had made a portal to it. How should I know?
What did you do?
She says, well, I went to the original site where I and the others emerged. I conversed with my guardian, Basarek, the Twisted Marrow. I sent him back to hell. Twice, I suppose. And accessed the site, which, if Yaffle ever returns to it, if she ever makes it there in her current form, she will regain all of her memories. And the ritual as such will be broken. It was a curiosity. I brought several others I could trust and asked for in regards to information. Their ideas were helpful. Have you seen that site yourself?
No.
She says, ancient statue there, not of Yaffle's design. A Mul Harandi artifact of some kind. Rooted into very existence, really. Even if the entire mountain were destroyed around it, it were just floating in a void, it would remain. Apparently, it was designed to draw in the life forces of the dying around it into itself. And Yaffle seems to have taken that initial foundation and designed her entire ritual to capitalize that, except through Draconic Essence. Which I'm not sure I exactly understand how you get involved in the curse, really. The more I think about it. Since what Yaffle did to you was separate from her deal with hell. She looks away from where Cicatrix into the sky, having a contemplative thing, like Martaine would, just
I was gonna say, there's a moment of with Cicatrix being like, well, it is a much debated topic in the plane of Mechanus. There was no conclusion reached, however, yet. Other than it indeed seems strange and not in order.
And Green Dragon, not genuinely deflecting, but Martaine's personality and thought pauses really have rubbed off on her. What happened while you were there? I've only heard stories from musings of what happened when all the gods were pulled away.
I suppose some things did happen, though. They happened in the beginning of the time, and after it, what seemed like an ending, just waiting for something to happen other than the gears spinning and, well, really, the gears spinning. I was questioned about, well, all sorts of things. I suppose they were collecting logs, and I was put before a other being that told me that me and the part of our souls that are always leached to the reincarnation of Yaffle are sharing the claim on the domain of murder, and that we will have to resolve this for either of us to obtain it. And if this is not done within the time frame, the claims will most likely be forfeit. Then well, as you said, there was some confusion in terms of the contract and ritual as a direct result of it, and I managed to ask them for, well, some information that could be useful But really, it was a lot of nothing. Something, just not anything that I could or probably should understand.
Just ah, that does confirm that the weight I felt upon myself, as I'm sure Valignith did. She looks to the side. Raxos too. Like looks back at where Cicatrix was due to Yaffle being on an outer plane. The return to stability that I feel means that she came back with you.
Yes.
Whatever time frame they gave you, I also suspect will be irrelevant, as Yaffle has grown so powerful that, in her current form, from what she's drawn from us, that she would have no problem with journeying to the location and reaching the ritual site. Certainly Basarek and his... Then she pauses and looks up at the sky again and says, "No, that probably got reinforced, actually. After the gods were returned. No, that's probably better defended now. Could be harder for it. Still, if she's part, deity too, maybe has an adventuring party. Ooh."
Yes.
Yeah. She says, yes, as I was saying, I do not suspect the time frame will be a problem. I believe this ritual will be ending.
Something strange happened while I was in there inspecting the ritual.
The green dragon,
New.
looks, from down from the sky again, back to the black dragon.
New. Something new. Usually, there are humanoid shapes in there who every now and then try and seemingly get through the barrier. But this time I saw other shapes. More of them. Aggressively hunting these other shapes. They did not used to be there.
Yes, that was a consequence of my actions in your absence.
What happened?
I tried to destroy the ritual. This was before I discovered that whatever happened to you and the other gods was going to be a temporary thing, though I didn't know how long it would last. It seems that my attempt to destroy the ritual was thwarted by the Death King. And because I am no master of Arcana, I contemplated how I would go about resolving the ritual in a way that neither Yaffle nor this undead stone giant could have predicted. And so, in accessing the artifact that is the anchor for this ritual, and seeing that it draws in the energies, the essences of those who are dying, I considered what its creators may not have designed the ritual to draw in. And so I hauled, dredged up entities from the far realm, and I took them into that room where the statue is, and I slew them there. That is what I did.
Did you feel any change other than them?
I don't feel any different. At the time, it was still the weight of Yaffle being away from this realm, this plane of existence. And I have not felt any... It should not affect us, because our energy is flowing into, that thing, into the ritual. It would not, feed back into us.
The Cicatrix thinks about how she's tethered and stealing power from The chosen of Samyana. Hmm.
At that moment, she's appropriate to ask, so I saw the carvings you had placed upon your scales when we were in Symbia together, but I had not asked. Is this... She, like, gestures with a claw. What is this?
I have taken upon me the power of the chosen of Samyana, and am thus most likely affected by changes to the ritual.
She says, well... The Green Dragon, being, like, untrained in Arcana, just has, like, a contemplative expression on her face again. She goes back to thinking.
Malachi, could I do like an Arcana check or something now that I am caught up to speed snuff?
What are you trying to figure out?
Just having learned like what has been done, just loosely theorizing like what could that mean?
All right.
Like I haven't seen the progress of how like they're I guess becoming more and more of them, but certainly like she has studied the ritual a lot and things have changed.
Yes.
Something's wrong.
Yeah.
There's a weird feeling. Now she knows that
this-
there's aberrants.
This is weird. So
Yeah.
it's going to be a hot DC.
Yeah.
But if you get it, I'll let you know sort of what's up.
Okay.
Yeah. DC of 40.
Oof.
Hot DC of
Yeah, that is pretty hard.
The rituals
You
level.
know.
I mean, it makes sense. Like, this... Who
Oh, no,
fucking
yeah.
knows? Like, this is sort of like an
This is
artifact
not-
thing that's had, like... some weird shit done.
I should have become an Arkmite instead, you know. All
Monk
this fucking
dragon.
research
Arkmite
stuff,
dragon.
you know. Yeah. Should have that would have benefited me a lot more, I feel like.
There's limits to even what they have access to. The candle
see,
was great until they smashed
But
it.
they had bright minds at least.
We see the Black Dragon's eyes unfocus as she start going through, like, magic
Oh no,
bullshit
yeah.
in her head. The Green Dragon is just, like, in contemplative, like,
Right? She's also thinking, but it's clear that it's not like the same at all.
Yeah. The Green
Well,
Dragon is a
but-
patient thinker, where the Black Dragon is like, what the fuck? Like, hurriedly trying to find answers in her own head.
Rambling.
So I have to switch on my thinking cap.
With a dice
Literally.
roll.
Yeah, no, oh god.
There's a
Magic
stalling
find-
while you find your precise Arcana
Whatever
modifier.
things can be done.
No, my computer froze.
Oh.
You know,
That-
as
that is
it happens
unhelpful.
sometimes.
Right.
You know, that's what I said to it.
All right. We'll just say, like, the answer may come to you sometime in the next 10 to 15 minutes here.
Alright. I got it.
Okay.
Bro, 1, 8, 20 plus. Yeah. Correct. Yep. Oh.
Oh.
Aw. Well,
Oh.
I mean, he doesn't know.
I'll try a reroll.
Oh yeah, you got those.
Yeah, I got 1.
Okay.
I mean, the chances of getting it are not incredible, but
Mm.
what else am I gonna nerd today? No.
What a defeatist mindset.
Hey, I
Well,
did it!
hey, look at that. Look at that. All right, so what's
the
going
help
on
of
here? What
Magic
could it
items
be?
and doping. That is
And it's almost 7,000 out the window.
The receding of the grass snorts it. Ooh,
No, no.
that'll let me know. All right. Yeah. Okay.
It's what it takes.
So what could possibly be going on with this? Well, obviously, aberrant creatures don't have soul.
Yeah.
They're not from here. They're not created by the gods. They don't enter a cycle of reincarnation. You don't have, maybe they could be granted one, but these probably haven't been, or theoretical. It could be. So what happens when you drain, their essence, their soul, so to speak, into a receptacle? Well, an Eldhoon is what you call illithid who uses arcane magic necromancy to imitate a lich creation ritual in order to perpetuate its own consciousness. If it dies, its consciousness moves into a phylactery. Normally, phylacteries are for souls, but for illithids, they do it using their consciousness. As they are made, in a way, in a very direct way, of thoughts. Their thoughts are what makes them persist in the world. And it's also what, it's taken by their people to put into their elder brains to make them grow. This ritual is probably built, or this item, magic item, probably built as using some of the same techniques as someone would do to trap a soul inside a construct to power it. There are many constructs powered by souls. None of them good. And they're probably also using some of the same ways to do that you would use to create a lich by putting a soul inside a receptacle. So, what has probably happened is that rather than a soul being drawn from these, it's instead a consciousness. Their mind. The contents of their brains taken in a nice little packet, be put in the ritual. Which means, compared to a mortal soul, which when you pull it out of a person, it just sort of isn't a person. It doesn't have a personality attached or any feelings. It sort of becomes this formless thing that then goes to the afterlife, petitions a god to sort of enter their divine realm. The god, if they like the person, would usually say, yes, sure, come in here. And then the soul would sort of take a new form inside that divine realm to exist as, say, like a big hunting cat inside Malar's realm, right? As a petitioner becomes a part of that god's power before eventually being recycled back into the world. These guys don't lose their mind when they get sucked out and put into something. They don't lose their thoughts or their consciousness or even perhaps their personality. Which means that you might have, unprecedentedly, right? You might have something inside this ritual soul receptacle that is capable of thought and action. So how it acts in there, probably it doesn't even know. It is never really happened before sort of situation. The implications of what's happening, it seems to be trying to manipulate or move in some way to the other souls. It seems unlikely it is aware that you can see what's going on. Like the silvery stuff is probably like the soul energy, and it seems like it doesn't necessarily know what it's doing or how it's doing it, but it's doing something. And if it is growing more powerful in there, well, maybe at some point it might become conscious of what's around it and what exists within it. And, like a toddler learning how to move, it might begin to mess with the ritual in unpredictable ways as well. Yeah, it's beginning to take shape of whatever this thing is going to become.
I was gonna say, so it basically is becoming a being. Right now, it's like slowly expanding into like a mind.
So from its perspective, right, it was ripped out of its body and clearly died. And now
Hmm.
it finds itself in a completely black void with no sensory information at all.
Hmm.
Is that death? Maybe. It might as well be.
I have created the inklings of an elder brain within
Yeah,
the
that's what
between
I was
Yeah.
thinking. I
dimension
was like,
of this
great,
artifact.
you have created another gross thing.
I have just informed the Twitch viewers that this is the chaos agent I wanted and feared simultaneously.
Yeah, as it has begun to make little connections, begun to find ways in which, some things in the blackness are different from other parts. The creatures are very intelligent. They have a lot to work with, and it's trying to figure out how to be. Now, who knows? Honestly, you haven't seen this this weird statue, but as Emisuri knows, I mean, it seems like the statue itself is somewhat conscious of its surroundings, though, again, it has never given any indication that it is or that it could move. It just there is an eerie feeling around it. It probably had some purpose beyond just being like a statue that sucks out souls and stores them. Certainly has inside of it a demiplane, and that demiplane has a device which can be tailored to utilize the power of these souls, which Yaffle then proceeded to do. So, yeah, that's what's happening. What will happen with this thing? I mean, sort of up to it and fate to some degree.
Oh,
Something,
great.
though, and probably escalating over time. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's... Do you have any follow-up question? Anything that you feel like you want cleared up?
No, I don't understand any of it. So I don't know what to ask.
So how does Versicatrix react and her plundering of her own mind to piece together these threads? Is it all quiet, or is it bombastic shouting? Well, the green dragon is just the patient as we discussed.
No, I think it's quiet, but her body is sort of going rigid, and her eyes are going bigger, right? And then it's dimming a little bit, and then she's clearly reacting to the train of thoughts.
Yeah. Well, this green dragon was patient before and has only become more patient hanging with Martaine, so she's in no rush to figure out what the black dragon does. Black dragon will eventually say it.
Well, that is about just as confusing as not knowing. From what I can surmise, you have created or started a creation.
She
In
waves a
there.
claw dismissively and says, "It is not imperative that I know. The fact that I do not feel different suggests that the undead stone giant also will not recognize that I have done a thing. I sought to unravel the ritual in my own way, a way that I had to pursue in your absence, and because the ritual's destruction was denied me by that damnable giant. It sounds like whatever you were about to say will eventually cause that. Is that so?"
It will certainly disrupt, whether for good or better. It'll be random, I suspect.
She says, "That is what was left up to me. With Velignith having gone to pursue his consort's wishes, as well as his own desire to aid all of dragonkind in facing the dragonkin that wish to destroy all dragons. With Veristrix, the one most inclined for this research, having been vanished and devoured by the earth. With you on some divine timetable I could never get an answer for. Not that I blame you for it, only that it was so. With Yaffle on that same timetable, action was required. particularly if you had been there a decade, 2 decades. That you have returned so soon is delightful, really, even if I don't seem it. I am gladdened that it is so, in part because Gaffel has also returned. And also, you understand the arcade better than I do. I attribute that to your age as well as also the necessity of what you desire to slay.
Yes. Well, what is in there now is not just arcane. There is also of the far realm, of course.
That is good, for I am most proficient at slaying it. I did so, of course, to put it inside the statue.
Well,
And considering how there is no... She tilts her head inquisitively, as if Versicatrix might have any greater insight. No clearly defined god of magic at this time. Now seems the appropriate moment to inject some chaos to win our freedom. Really?
Cicatrix is pleased to hear this. That there's no god of magic. That's what she hoped.
Really? I don't know whether you have any further insight. I'd be all for finding the body in which Gaffel currently resides and delivering her to the ritual site. If you are concerned over what I have done, then it could be undone, to some extent, by having Gaffel's form reach the ritual site. As Basarek informed myself and the others, when Yaffle reaches the site, she will regain her memories, and the ritual will be at an end.
The Fix does know exactly where to find her.
Well, I would like to prepare her welcoming party committee beforehand.
He says,
But I can't
"Oh."
find her.
He says, "Oh, the welcoming will, of course, be the devils that will be arrayed in the tomb. Also, possibly the heroes and organizations enticed by my my generous offer." And at that point, the dragon flashes her teeth, but it's almost like a sheepish look. Like,
Well, she is a hero currently. Hard as it is to believe.
yes, I have made a very generous offer and had it spread across the land. I'd be surprised if you hadn't heard, actually, to the party or organization that located and disrupted this ritual, for it is a cornerstone of power for an undead stone giant. The dragon sort of like rolls her bulk, the sheepish look remaining on her face. So I expect plenty of activity in the coming years in the Serpent Valley.
Malachi, if Yaffle reaches the ritual, we're gonna fall in slumber, right?
No.
No?
No.
What happens?
Specifically, Bassarek's words, straight from the original document, which may have been modified. She will be reborn in this world to live another life. Her soul will not remember who it is, and it will live like any other until the time comes when it remembers. Once the soul remembers, the spell will finish. She will regain all power she had in life, in addition to whatever her soul has learned since she died. She will be once more a wizard of near boundless power. There are 2 ways in which her soul can learn of who it really is. The first is simple. If she in any reincarnation ever makes it to the ritual chamber below this ruin, she will remember at once. The other way is if our souls run out of power. One of the communiques, I believe that Yaffle left for us in the Memory Stone was the idea of us working together. That just because she regained her memories, like there would be a window of time in which, like the dragons and Yaffle aside, could swat aside hells like greedy hands.
Yeah, that's gonna happen. Hell will be like, oh, this is too troublesome. I'll just never do this thing.
Hell takes losses, as has been made evident of late.
Yes,
They,
well,
they,
but
they
they
might be
can.
forced to take more.
Yeah, it's true. I don't know. Well, the Sigurd certainly is not going to go for that option.
Right.
Yeah, but that's all correct. Yes, once Yaffle reaches the ritual chamber, all information you've gained, and that's what will happen. She will regain all her knowledge, which will be, a bit of a confusing moment. She will have the amalgamate power of all her different lifetimes, and the ritual will be done at that point. Finish, complete.
The statue still exists, but like the whole ritual thing, like if you ever want to like bring it into that, like that's how it concludes.
The statue will continue to exist. It really has nothing to do. Like, she didn't make it.
Yeah. I was just confirming that.
Presumably, whatever the Death King did will also end, since that's sort of some of that is just act on. But yeah. And then, of course, Yaffle will have whatever power she gained. Her ideal would be if the dragons took her there. Did that.
And if in her moment of like confusion when like she regains everything and like the spell breaks, is that if that's the moment that you choose to attack her, then that's the moment you choose to attack her.
She's a
Right?
diviner. Means the telling the future is her power, the most powerful move, and that takes a little bit of time to do. So,
Right, yeah.
so if you want to fight
That's
her,
what I mean,
you
like-
want to do it when she returns. If you give her a
But
couple
Sigurd's-
days, then
yeah.
she'll probably know what you're gonna do before you do.
Oh no, yeah. I think Sigurd's just basically with her tampering with the ritual, and also like she just wants to make that like spawning point, the most effective for her to battle Yaffle.
Of course, you might imagine that Yaffle knows this about herself, therefore might have prepared the ritual in all.
No, she
Maybe,
definitely
A
has.
moment of advantage, right?
Maybe, but there's a lot of things that she could not account for.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
No, she couldn't see like the future beyond. No sight further was possible.
So, the Green Dragon, and her perhaps damningly like frustrating patient voice says, "That is what transpired in your absence. I have also begun preparing my minions and allies for an assault upon the undead at and beneath the Giant's Run Mountains. I intended to go after the spring equinox, though I could wait, I suppose. Particularly since what I have done has not left any direct evidence. I had thought that maybe the undead stone giant would be alarmed or alerted in some fashion when I attempted to destroy the ritual, but instead he would, I suppose, detect something is different should he ever return to the ritual site to modify one of the tablets in some way. He does have Yaffle's servants under his command, those who aided her in creation of the ritual. I've also discovered he possesses the true name of Basarek, my original guardian, which forbids the Bone Devil and its minions, from interfering with Gagarin. Though, considering the power of the Bone Devil compared to this Lich Giant, it is a formality.
Right.
If you desire to wait, though, I could hold back You're the one who seems more on the timetable, and I am mollified. Not mollified's not the right word. I am satisfied knowing that my actions had effect, that the effort was not wasted, and that there will be an end within the years to the chains placed around my neck.
Yes, well, Sigasix ponders. Last time when she was here, Emissary Allegiance here certainly was not interested in killing the Death King.
That might be something to inquire about, because that changed.
Yeah, well, I think with Emissary, Sigatrix's thing is usually like, if she agrees with me, like, I don't want to talk and let her think about, like, oh, maybe this doesn't matter
Don't talk her
anymore.
out of
It's
it.
just
No,
like,
no.
yeah, exactly. It's just like, no, you're right. This is what we're doing now. Like, no questioning. Is this worth it ever? Like, well, I believe Cormier owes me a favor of some holy paladins or whatever diving in there.
Oh yes, they will doubtlessly wish to speak with you. I spoke with Rager Oberskier myself, though that was before your departure and the reckoning. She seemed curious about what I knew you were doing in the land known as Symbia, and what have you done over there? Although you haven't been back for that long, what happened?
Well, as I understand it, the Symbia is now under our command, if you can call it that. We have made a sort of joint enterprise. We shall be known as the Final Tally now. And my, well, fleet general, admiral, whatever the Cormirian term with P, she snorts, has recently, with the help of Cormir, taking over the Pirate Isles. We are expanding our territory to gain as much reach as we can in the region. I'm most pleased with their work while I was gone.
Something control of all maritime activities within the Sea of Fallen Stars?
She nods, something like that.
And all of the Symbian cities are just... I never thought you wanted to control a city, let alone however many they had.
Well, I am not.
Green Dragon says, okay.
I will talk with Raedra, call upon the favor, and let you know. Also, I have identified part of the ritual, which allows the Death King to have his huge hordes of undead when we want to strike. Perhaps we send our people down there to try and destroy the phylactery, while he will most likely come to the ritual chamber as soon as I, well, change that. However, I will need time to finalize research on how to change it.
I can assist with that in my limited capacity as someone who this ritual eludes. But I had intended to, when you told me of it, behold it alongside you and see how I could assist in my limited fashion. If it is time you desire, You are the one who is operating on that limitation. I can continue to gather and plan.
Yes.
Certainly disrupting the armies of this undead stone giant seems beneficial, though I do not wager we will locate this phylactery anytime soon with any easy means, or that he will be distracted by the ritual chamber,
Well,
compared to us trying to go down to his seat of power. Literally, he has a throne there.
of course he does.
Yes, curiously enough, the Besserek told me, and who could say whether I could trust the Bone Devil, that interacting with this stone throne that's sitting upon it could give me I could find the answer. I could find Besserek's true name. I don't know whether this throne is some magical item of importance or power, whether it is some ancient artifact like the statue that contains Yaffel's ritual. I didn't really have a strong desire to go down there. But I suppose I would have to get near it in order to try and find this phylactery.
Well,
Mm.
he has two, as I understand it.
You can have
One.
two?
Well, he has
How can you
tethered
have
him.
two? I thought the soul could only be in one thing.
Yes, but he has tethered himself to the ritual so that he too will be reborn from it, should he die. That is another part we should probably figure out how to disconnect.
Hmm.
And then he has, as I understand it, a crown that is his phylactery.
He probably wears that, though.
Yes, I would think so.
That seems arrogant, but I suppose I keep my soul with me. Well, hell, I'm not sure, actually. She goes back in like contemplative moment, like
Is it? It's actually will not like for a moment like you say. Well, but isn't the point of making your phylactery to not have to keep it with you and thus keep it in a safer place?
in fully contemplative mode again, like Martaine. There really is a good parrot for this. Like, I'm not sure. I've considered having a phylactery before, but I didn't know what the undead state would do to me. Not just physically, but sort of metaphysically, right? And I ultimately decided that wasn't the avenue for me. I did think, though, circling back to the Stone Giant, that the best place to fight him would be within the statue itself, the ritual. This was an idea granted to me by my companions. The sense of, like, it would be impossible to destroy him while he has contact with the earth. But if we fight him within the ritual itself, he does not have contact with the earth. He cannot meld or shift away from it.
Yes, that is absolutely right.
So perhaps when you make your changes, however long it takes him to realize, he may very well go to investigate what has happened. That should be where we fight him.
Yes.
Hopefully, unless he's...
Mr. Cicatrix in her mind is like, companion?
And,
but then there's the moment, right? It's the cover, like, but it's like, but she's doing what I wanted to right now. She'll remember. Mr. Cicatrix will remember this.
That's great. She also says, I also told Velignith that I had brought Tilraxos back from the Winterfell, and then offhandedly, like, looks at her secretary and says, "Oh, Tilraxos is back from the Winterfell and in the region." And Velignith communicated to me that he would be returning to this region, possibly with an offer or interest of some kind, and maybe that does pertain to what he's doing in Jacinta and against the Dragonborn, or maybe against the Lich Lord of Thay. I don't know. He wants to destroy everything, but maybe he might also be keen on this whole undead stone giant, stopping the ritual, and then us freeing all of ourselves. It would almost be like having the original group together again. I mean, you have the Arcana covered, which is what Veristrix had covered, and you're certainly far more powerful than what he was, though I don't know what he would have mustered in all this time before his apparent... Now she, like, goes off trailing in, like, this, again, like, maddening, like, thoughtful.
The Sigurd hates this. This is the worst. First Valikna fell and became all goddamn goody two shoes and thinking, thank God he's not there anymore. Then she had to deal with the giant, then Salasnar, and now this. Now even the green dragon. Normally, she's annoying. She likes to divert. She likes to make fun of things and be overly social. But now, she's doing this philosophizing too. Follows her everywhere.
Like, the Green Dragon, like, shakes her head after, like, 18 more seconds of that, just, ugh. Right, so, yes, Tilraxos is, for the time being, my servant, through the deal I arranged with the goddess Arl. He dwells upon the Storm Giant throne, Giant's Run Mountains. He always did desire the highest point. I do not suspect he will be any trouble for us in the near future. Once this ritual thing is resolved in our favor, then I do not believe it will matter. We will no longer be bound to each other. You may very well even be a god. Congratulations.
She just blinks. Like, oh, yes, I suppose. Well,
Again, this dragon who's already relaxed and easygoing to begin with, just except when she's riled up, and she's not riled up right now.
yeah, it's like everything, came back. She did the thing she wanted to. It seemed to work.
No.
Now
Her
soul
Yaffle's back. She
is
no longer
being
feels.
yanked.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's really great. Honestly, she got a lot of massage and barbecue, like in the tummy.
Yeah,
It's
she's back to
full.
her default state, really.
Really full, like not just like, oh yeah, I couldn't eat. And it's like, oh no, yeah, I'm stuffed. Yeah.
If you have any questions or concerns, please do not hesitate to ask, or I suppose even arrive beside me. I do so welcome your company. I mean, it would look good for me if I were to associate with the future goddess of murder. What title should... will you be changing your name? How should I refer to you as?
Cut. Flash cut back
I was
to,
gonna
to
say,
the
wow,
word we
Chris,
didn't
wow.
hear. The word we didn't hear back in the...
Yes. Yeah. So the gross, weird gear man asks, and the cicatrix thinks in 10 days, well, she probably spent 5.5 days, and then,
felt what
4.5 was waiting.
it came from within.
Yeah. 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 She answers, I shall be called Nemain. And that is the name she will give Emissary as well. And I suppose there's some kind of like truth in it.
It's not really a choice.
Like it is now, in law.
Nemain. How do we spell that?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Yes, the accent is important. It certainly
Yes,
would not have been
important.
represented there in my notes.
Well, I'll probably forget to add that every time I type my word.
Well, now you're obligated to. Now it's in law, like celestial law.
Yeah,
You have to go
well,
through like
I'm a
celestial
chaotic
bureaucracy.
dragon, so talk with the blue
Okay.
dragon if you want lawful.
Yeah. Well, it's decided.
So
Says, very well, Nemain.
I am not yet of that stature.
I do think, though. I mean, this is a name that doesn't come from Visigatrix. You didn't choose it. When the gear thing, like the contemplation was figuring out that
What
she
does it
already knew
mean?
it. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
It was there. Feels like it
Right.
had always been there. Yeah. And names have power, particularly over powerful things. So when Imizuri uses it, there is a sense of empowerment, right? Being addressed in this capacity is speaking to the divine part of Visigatrix's soul. So it's not
Mm.
fully her. It does resonate. It is the
It's
name
like I
that in
have
the
a
future
follower.
it's in the name that in the future people would call out and then access the divine power granted.
Mm.
So, like, you can imagine that sort of. Perhaps she's about to say something, and then the sense interrupts. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. She says, it rhymes with Bane. Then the Green Dragon, as you know, she's looking for like nicknames, really. Like starts using like the titles of Bane. Lady Nemain, Lady of Darkness, the Dark One. Nemain the Cursed, the Black Hand. No, that's too close to the Black Dread.
Give a signature just scrutinizes.
Yeah, she says.
I will make my own names,
She says.
not take the ones of pitiful gods.
She says, I am sure you will try, but you already have collected an assortment of names beyond your control, as any other dragon of worth and stature would have.
True enough.
It's really a matter of what you will be called to your face. Speaking of, what would Raedra Obriskir call you? I am curious to discover what that answer will be. These days, in this circumstance, do let me know when you discover.
Governor. She snorts.
Very well. Is there any other information or a course of action you desire from me at this time? Nemain?
I would like to see the place you speak of, but I suppose it is not available
She says,
at the
Oh,
moment.
it would be available. You would simply have to go through Basarek the Twisted Marrow and his minions, and I suppose given Asmodeus's return, along with all the other deities, probably something more potent there too. It was fairly easy for myself and those I ventured in with to dispatch Basarek. It was good for it, though, too, to get a sense of adventure and action. It has been so bored since Felignith buried the tomb in a landslide.
Yes, well, that does not seem like a worthwhile investment. I shall contact you, or indeed appear, if I have more questions. For now, I have a lot to think about, and a lot of people I need to talk to and catch up with.
Of
Much needs
course.
to be done.
Yes.
And she looks to the dragon a little like, ugh, because she's so comfortable. It's
Yes.
weird, really.
I will await your not summons, message, then, before I take another course of action. So long as you don't disappear from this plane again. We'll be good.
Well, I suspect if that were to happen, it would be for another cause, which would be much, imagine that, more unpleasant.
Yes.
This Trollvexus. Should I bother to meet him, or let him be? He is, after all, well, sort of close to my Eelford.
the green dragon's sort of, carefree and happy-go-lucky, like, body language fades rapidly.
Hmm. Your dragon will remember this.
It is not a matter of whether you will bother. You will meet him. And he will meet you. It is inevitable.
Well, for the ritual, of course. Oh,
If
this
you're
meeting
asking,
with Malignif.
I do not know its contents or depths. Valigniv did not mention you in the sending he issued back to me.
Oh, well. Do keep me informed if it is of any concern to me, then.
Sure. If you are inquiring as to whether I believe you should be concerned about Taraxos in any capacity, as you are concerned about just about everything, and then, Image Early just here takes, a step forward, the playful is still completely gone. The answer is most assuredly yes. And were it not for the ritual that tethers us all together and forces us to work alongside each other, he would be in absolute danger to anyone of us. But then, the teeth slowly flash back, as if, the happy-go-lucky attitude is, reforming. But he is my servant, as commanded. The deal that was struck between myself and his goddess. And we are forced to work together, courtesy of the ritual. There is nothing you need concern yourself over. Until Yaffel's defeat.
Vasilius' mind is like the thing where it's like, right, working out, I guess that would also be the case after the ritual, really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sure that is. She just stops, really, she doesn't care what this dragon feels about that. She can trust that Imishiri will not do something that is too bothersome.
Perhaps demonstrating the insight, the Green Dragon says, Telraxos no longer feels. He is an agent, tormented by Winter Fae over a century. And it is suffering he has willingly accepted upon himself. The pain within him. His strength can dominate anything. If left unchecked. Not our problem, though, right? Overly friendly.
Physicatrix actually shrugs. Well, he should be an asset in the final fight, then.
He was meant to be there from the beginning.
Well, as I had not met him, or the other, that is no more, I suppose.
And he will most assuredly not give in to any emotional pleas for mercy or kindness or understanding or togetherness, really. I don't believe he holds any of those things within him anymore, if he ever even did.
Physicatrix nods. I mean, this seems like a sensible person, really. I mean,
as it should be, right? That's what a chromatic dragon is. What the hell?
Yeah, I mean, all these things make sense. Brutal, fueled by rage and pain. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I can, as an outsider, I can understand that perspective.
Maybe I can maybe just respectfully keep my distance away from this Tilraxos. Yes, if we can acknowledge each other from afar.
Well, that's the thing. The Mercedes is always she's not gonna like when the ritual's done, she's not gonna fight Emmy or the other dragons. There's a whole world, and also she might be a god, so she
Yeah.
got other shit to deal with, you know.
Got other shit to deal with. Besides, you
Yeah.
can't fight nature, baby. Are you to fight a fog cloud?
No, why would she?
I'm one green
Right.
mana. I prevent all combat damage dealt this turn.
Yeah, like you know, it's like the world is big, and she's sort of like, I mean, affection is a very big word for this dragon, but it's like she likes, you know, there's some things, beings in the world she likes more than she hates everything else, you know, and that's, you know, why not keep those around for
Yeah.
now?
Yeah,
And you
we'll
know,
say prefer not to kill.
yeah, exactly. They're very low on the list, you know. They're like second page, right? Like it'll take a lot of time, and a lot of people keep being added above them. So
Fair. Very low on the list. You make her sound like an agent of entropy that wants to destroy everything. Well, that's not true, right?
no, why would she?
Well,
She needs some level of society so she can corrupt it.
I must have worshippers from somewhere.
You know, yeah,
All right.
yeah. All right. Well, she'll start swimming home.
All right. The green
Greet a
dragon
beholder friend.
tilts her head and then is like, like, well, that's great information. I mean, she was like really organizing the druids and rangers, and there was like some extra impetus on like those orders and for the barbarians too. They needed to speed up, but now that can be relaxed. It's okay if they don't go immediately. It's just gotta happen. But why waste the effort if you got to? Her part, that means that she doesn't have to try too hard to get everyone like back into fighting shape, prepared to like wage war against the undead. That'll happen. Summer, fall, winter, next year, 2 years from now.
Yeah, she can push that ahead. I
Yeah,
mean,
What's most important here is that what she's doing has made a difference.
Sounds like the next thing then would be for the dragons to try to research, get ready to
yes,
poke
it will.
poke a bitch in the eye.
I suppose that's true.
But it
Um,
is also
That's perhaps what we'll do.
far. Yeah, I
Um,
was gonna say far past session time.
Research your chat with Raedra Oberskier about how things are.
Yeah.
You know, you were gone for a year, and it's like, so, what are we? how is this?
Yeah, have you found a consort yet? I mean,
I
I
suppose
mean,
you're
like
queen,
not
Martin
that
and
I
I'm.
care.
Yeah.
Unlike Martine and my character, y'all don't have a clearly defined relationship status. It used to be one
Yeah.
thing, then you got like 8 or 9 more cities, and now it's
Okay, it's
something else.
complicated. That's our status.
Relationship status. It's got. Yeah, I've read that before. I've been that before. I got you.
Relationship
Yeah,
status
you know-
currently mutually beneficial.
Yeah, convenient arrangement is, you know. Yeah.
This was a fun session. This is good.
Yeah.
I enjoyed where Cicatrix coming back to the world and being like, "What the fuck? What?"
What is happening? No.
Mm.
This is the worst for like a control freak. It's like if you wrote a very long dissertation and you came back at like your group had just changed everything. You're like, but these are not the conclusion. No.
I enjoyed my several like months of in-game effort culminating in me having an aberration caravan that I then resolved within the ritual site. And
Yes.
and the effects, they sound like it's going to derail the ritual to me. That's exactly what I want to accomplish. My work here is done.
It definitely puts a timeline on things. But hey, in this campaign, I've been working with timelines the whole time. So, things have been happening. And now there's
You've
more.
been telling us this campaign is ending, so like,
There is
Yeah.
a hard limit, right? Because it,
You know what?
by
Gris
design,
is working toward it.
if the ritual never completes, then they will just end up dying when they run out of juice.
yes, that is the other way in which your
Yeah.
soul can.
Oh, and then she gets to be revived. I mean, some would say that that's her ideal situation because she gets the maximum amount of power, and hell is completely off her back because they got you.
Yeah, well, that's not. For some reason, I don't agree with that assessment. There's just something about it.
Now, dragons being killed before they reach that point seems much more likely. In which case, all of them go to.
Also, that picture of Torexus, he does not. Yeah. Woo! Yeah, he doesn't look like someone who messes around.
Doesn't, famously.
That was his portrait in the before time.
Yeah.
When you said my eel fort, I had an image in my head of Tulaxus looking down at that eel fort going,
Didn't that used to...
Where's my hobgoblins?
Runella? Runella!
Shouldn't there be more of them by now?
Yes, I remember listening to the VODs and the confusion about why these hobgoblins were not producing more.
How does one create more hobgoblins?
Yes, it is like a complicated question.
Yes, well, he'll now be able to contemplate those things in the flesh instead of being frozen.
Yeah.
And maybe there will be a talk to Belignith, the avatar of Tiamat, avatar of war and conflict, the realms.
It's like, do we want him over here? Things are going kind of good.
Things are coming to a head. Here's the thing: like, one would try to reason with him and countering and calling out his bullshit of like, you want all dragons to cooperate, but Tiamat is a goddess of strife. But it wouldn't matter because, as Velignus said on multiple occasions, your by logic is irrelevant.
Yeah.
What he is what he is, and that's what he believes.
Well, and by now he literally is an avatar of he is of her. Like they're,
His personality has been muted and supplemented.
Charming.
And you know what? He got to have his Tiamat back because he's been without her for a whole year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. The part that was in Banehold is out. Back.
I will say, Eri, before we end, I'm pleasantly delighted. I had thought that when I did that seamless transition segue into like your new name, I thought that was going to be the cliffhanger for next session. I'm glad that you actually have a new name for you.
No, yeah, I knew that I needed to, and actually this mark I was like doodling on during last session, because I sort of had like ideas, and I have a lot of name papers too. Now I started looking up definitions of names, and yeah, I am. It's very hard in the beginning, and then it sort of all made sense. So, hey.
Yes. Lady Murder here with the final tally.
Right? Seems kind of perfect.
Yeah, and somehow it also lines up naturally with the closest colleague of whoever is the god of murder, which is the god of death. Elenvor also loves the scale.
That was a curiosity that popped in my head in mid-session. What the hell happened while Kelemvor was gone?
Well, a lot of backlog.
Just petitioners just having to wait.
Yeah, basically. I mean, where are they going to go? No one's around.
That's right. If you died this year, your
soul got to hang around for a long time.
Oh man, the Variant Queen is real pissed. She hadn't gotten to see any TV from the dead for a year.
Well, she wouldn't be here either.
That's true.
They all went to jail.
The one.
And now there's a lot more of them. Like, I'm good. Yeah. Great.
It's a big mess. That's what it is.
Some of the bigger deities have splintered to multiples because, they accepted during Spell Plague when their colleagues ostensibly died trying to protect their followers, they accepted the domains as a way to protect them. Now they're bringing them back. More weaker deities.
All right. Good. We're playing next Friday, 1st of July.
Yeah, should be good.
Yeah.
I think.
All
yeah.
right.
You alright to go there? Isn't that like a thing in the States?
No, the 1st of July is not a thing.
Oh, it's the 4th of July.
It's the 4th of July. That's a
Yeah,
thing.
right. Yeah.
May the 4th of July be with you. Right. That's.
You know that's wrong.
So you said the name of the actual month that adheres to.
Ugh. You know.
I did. I messed up my own joke.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Yeah.
It wasn't the worst joke told this session.
No, there's
That was-
a lot.
That was a few.
It's
yeah.
great.
Don't ever expect that type of content.
It was
from
a
me
one
again,
and
Harry.
done.
It's
thing.
okay. It's recorded. You know, I
can
can
go
just
back.
go back, listen. It's
Yeah.
like this Grimace was in there all along.
It
Yeah. And,
just shows how sick and
80
twisted
something
you are
episodes.
to laugh at each one of those.
Yes, I am easy to please. Really.
Oh, oh.
It's,
Well, and with that, going back and listening to recordings, that's something you can all do. Because I'm
That's
gonna
right.
make sure that this gets up YouTube real quick. Missed any of it. And for now, I think it's time for us to end, so I can go get some sleep. It's been a busy week. Next week probably will be too. But yeah. Sleep well, guys.
Goodbye, everyone.
good night. Goodbye. Good day.